Let's go on the record. This is an evidentiary hearing before the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission in a cause docketed before the Commission as cause number 46022, captioned as Verified Petition of Indianapolis Power and Light Company, DBA AES Indiana for 1, issuance of Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity to repower Petersburg Generating Units 3 and 4 to operate on natural gas, Petersburg Repowering Project. 2, approval of Petersburg Repowering Project as a clean energy project. And 3, associated accounting and rate making, including recovery of project costs, project development costs, FGD dewatering and related costs, the remaining net book value of Petersburg Units 3 and 4 retired assets, and certain materials and supplies inventory. Notice of the time and place of this hearing was given as provided by law by publication in Marion County in the Indianapolis Star on June 11th, 2024. This is a newspaper of general circulation, and this publication was made at least 10 days prior to the date of this evidentiary hearing. The proof of publication of this notice has been received by the Commission and is now incorporated into the record of this cause by reference and placed in the official files of the Commission. Notice has also been given to the Indiana Office of Utility Consumer Counselor and other interested parties. May we have appearances, please?
Thank you, Your Honor. On behalf of petitioner, Indianapolis Power and Light Company, doing business as AES Indiana, please accept the appearance of Teresa Morton Neihart and Jeffrey M. Peabody of the law firm of Taft, Destinius, and Hollister, Indianapolis, Indiana.
Good morning, Your Honor. Appearing on behalf of Reliable Energy, Inc., Nikki Schultz and Christina Wheeler of the law firm Bose, McKinney & Evans, Indianapolis.
Good morning, Your Honor. Appearing on behalf of the OUCC, Jason Haas and Adam Cashin, representing the public.
And why don't we go ahead and do exhibits first, and then I'll swear the witnesses. Mr. Peabody.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the petitioner would move to admit what has been marked for identification purposes as Petitioner's Exhibit 1, Mr. Biggleball's public direct testimony, Exhibit 1C, Mr. Biggleball's confidential direct testimony and attachments, Exhibit 2, Mr. Biggleball's public rebuttal testimony and attachments, Exhibit 2C, Mr. Biggleball's confidential rebuttal testimony, Exhibit 3, Mr. Cooper's direct testimony and attachment, Exhibit 4, Mr. Cooper's rebuttal testimony and attachment. Exhibit 5, Ms. Collier's direct testimony and attachment. Exhibit 6, Ms. Collier's rebuttal testimony. Exhibit 7, Mr. Miller's public direct testimony and attachments. Exhibit 7C, Mr. Miller's confidential direct testimony. Exhibit 8, Mr. Miller's rebuttal testimony and attachment. Exhibit 9, Ms. Meringer's direct testimony. Exhibit 10, Mr. Rogers' public direct testimony and attachments. Exhibit 10C, Mr. Rogers' confidential direct testimony and attachments. Exhibit 11, Mr. Rogers' rebuttal testimony and attachment. Exhibit 12, the public Excel work papers on a CD. Exhibit 12C, the confidential Excel work papers on a CD. And finally, AES Indiana's cross-examination Exhibit 1, which is a copy of the draft director's report for AES Indiana's 2022 IRP.
Any objections from the intervener
No, Your Honor.
or from the OUCC?
No, Your Honor.
All right, hearing no objection, petitioners exhibits 1, 1C, 2, 2C, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7C, 8, 9, 10, 10C, 11, 12, 12C, and cross-examination Exhibit 1 are now admitted into the record of this cause.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Schultz, do you want to?
Your Honor, at this time, we'll offer into evidence first what's been marked for identification purposes as the intervener REI exhibit. We'll do 2 first, the testimony of Mike Nassy.
Any objections from petitioner
No, Your Honor.
or from the OUCC?
No, Your Honor.
All right, REI's exhibit number 2 is now admitted into the record of this cause. Mr. Haas? Or, sorry, Mr. Peters.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the public moves for the admission of the following exhibits. Public's Exhibit number 1, the direct testimony of Brian Latham, inclusive of all attachments and schedules. Public's Exhibit 1C, the confidential direct testimony of Brian Latham, and Public's Exhibit 2, direct testimony of Rupali Sanka.
And I apologize, I called you Mr. Peters, Mr. Cashin.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Any objection from petitioner
No, Your Honor.
or from the intervener?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, the Public's Exhibits 1, 1C, and 2 are now admitted into the record of this cause.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Ms. Nyhart.
Thank you, Your Honor. Petitioner calls John Biggleball. Did we want to swear?
Yes,
everybody
actually,
first?
and so you can go ahead and approach Mr. Biggleball. Anyone else who is testifying today, if you could stand and raise your right hand, and we'll go ahead and swear everyone in at the same time. Oop, I lose my, sorry, one moment. Do you swear or affirm the evidence you will give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you. You may be seated. Ms. Nyhart.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Biggleball, would you please state your full name and business address for the record?
Yeah, John Reed Biggleball, 1 Monument Circle, Indianapolis, Indiana.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by AES U.S. Services as Chief Operating Officer and of U.S. Conventional Generation. I'm also the Vice President and Chief Operating Officer of Generation for the utilities.
And you're offering direct and rebuttal testimony in this cause, and it's on the witness stand, is it not?
Yes, it is.
It's already been admitted into the record. I just want to make sure it was up there for your use as you would need it. You adopt the testimony filed as in your direct and rebuttal testimony as your sworn testimony in this cause, correct?
I do, yes.
Your Honor, Mr. Biggleball is available for cross-examination.
Ms. Schultz.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Wheeler is going to handle this witness.
Ms. Wheeler.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Biggleball.
Good morning.
So I'd like to turn your attention to your direct testimony on page 22.
I'm sorry, on page?
22. Sorry, the microphones, we have to get very close. You're there.
Sorry, I'm going to take a moment too. Also, to the extent that we talk about anything confidential, just let me know and we'll go in camera for that stuff, so.
Of course, Your Honor. And Mr. Biggleball, I'm not going to talk about the items on this table that are confidential. I'll just draw your attention to the total. That total in the table titled Petersburg Repowering Project Best Estimate is $293.2 million. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that is what I'll essentially call the construction costs of the project. Would that be a correct general characterization?
Yeah, that's the EPC cost plus the owner's costs on top.
Thank you.
Closer? I'm sorry. How's this?
Much better.
Okay.
Thank you. You almost have to eat it, sorry. So back to the question. So you said it was the EPC cost and the owner's cost, correct?
Correct.
But it doesn't include, you have a footnote there that it doesn't include AFUDC, for instance.
Correct.
And it's not attempting to capture the costs of operating the repowered projects on an ongoing basis, like, for instance, O&M, is it?
Right, this is the construction cost.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, let's go off the record.
I do not.
All right, let's go back on the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Biggleball, I'll draw your attention to what's been marked for identification purposes as REI Cross-Examination Exhibit 1. That is AES Indiana's response to REI's data request 2-28. Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
Do you recognize that response?
I don't.
Would you take a minute to familiarize yourself with it? Are you done?
I'm done.
Thank you. Did that help refresh your recollection?
I didn't prepare a lot of these data requests.
Sure. Do you have any reason to believe that it isn't the document, a true and accurate copy of the document as presented in discovery?
Objection. That question lacks foundation. He's already testified. He is not familiar with the document.
Your Honor, if you'll allow me to lay a foundation, I'm happy to do so.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Biggleball, you are the Chief Operating Officer of AES. Is that right?
U.S. conventional generation and the utilities, yes,
So you're in charge of all generation in North America, is that right?
except for California.
Okay. And so are you in charge, essentially, of Petersburg 1, 2, 3, 4, Harding Street, and Eagle Valley, understanding that 1 and 2 have been retired?
I am.
That said, would it be your responsibility to understand the finances associated with those units?
General-
Perhaps not on a line item basis, but in general.
A general understanding, but mostly O&M and capital budgets.
Okay. When we talk about an undepreciated capital balance, does that mean an amount or a cost for these units that are listed here that is yet to be recovered in customer rates?
It does.
So if we turn to the attachment 1 to this data request, and we look at the lines under Petersburg 3 and 4, it means that, for instance, Petersburg 3 has approximately $330 million of undepreciated capital balance as of January 1, 2024, that customers still have to pay, correct?
That's my understanding.
And for Petersburg 4, the undepreciated capital balance on this attachment 1 as of January 1st, 2024 is approximately $181 million that is left for customers to pay. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Would you do me the favor of adding those two numbers together with the calculator that I left you and let me know what result you get?
$511 million, approximately.
Okay. I'll turn your attention to what's been marked for identification purposes as REI cross-examination Exhibit 2. Can you check and tell me whether the numbers on the first and second rows of cross-examination Exhibit 2 are the same numbers in the 2 rows on Attachment 1 of cross-examination Exhibit 1 for Petersburg 3 and 4?
They are.
And that total is what, sir?
330 for Petersburg 3 and 181 for Petersburg 4.
And the subtotal of those 2 numbers is what?
Shows 512.
So AES, as it stands today, is entitled to recover from its customers approximately $512 million for Petersburg 3 and 4 as a coal unit, correct?
That's correct, based off of what was invested, yes.
Okay. And now I will turn your attention to what is the 4th row just below the subtotal in cross-examination Exhibit 2. That number is the same number that's in your Table 1 of your direct testimony, correct?
Correct.
And that number is $293 million approximately.
Correct.
And the total there is, and you are welcome to check it on the calculator that I left you, all in to recover from customers, both Petersburg units 3 and 4 as coal units, and to pay for this new project to repower 3 and 4 is approximately $805 million. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So you're telling this commission that you want approval to spend $805 million to save customers what?
That's incorrect. We're saying we're going to spend $293 million. What's on the book is already on the book. And so we're doing that to significantly reduce the O&M costs of the plant.
But O&M costs is not in here, right?
It's not, but O&M cost is a part of the customer bill.
Isn't that apples and oranges, though, sir?
I don't see it as apples and oranges. I see the customer bill as the customer bill. It's an aggregate of a number of different pieces.
So when you say that Petersburg 3 and 4, that's already a done deal. What's not a done deal is that 3 and 4 are early retired as coal units, right?
That is not a done deal, but given the environmental, the environment around environmental regulations, it's a high probability.
If you get the relief you've requested for AES in this case, is it a done deal?
Objection, vague and ambiguous.
I'll restate the question. If you get the relief that you've requested for AES in this case, is the $512 million for Petersburg 3 and 4 plus the $293 million for the repowering, totaling $805 million, what will be recovered in customer rates?
So I don't really understand the question, and I'll repeat my understanding is that the 512 is already on the books, and the incremental investment is $293.2 million, and that is what we're seeking recovery of.
Again, you really didn't answer my earlier question, which is how much are customers saving that you're alleging in this case from the repowering? What's the number, sir?
I think you could look to Eric Miller's direct testimony. There's actually a nice waterfall in there. It's figure 2, and this is from the 2022 IRP. Mm-hmm. And there you can see the green bar to the left, second one in, you can see over the 20-year period, $657 million.
So your company's position is that they should spend $805 million to save $657 million. Is that your position?
No, my position is we should spend $293.2 million as an incremental cost to save $657 million over the 20-year planning horizon.
So,
and have a much more flexible unit that can operate in today's market.
We'll get to that, but if you're in a coffee shop with an AES Indiana customer and they ask you, how much is it going to cost me? Is it going to cost them $805 million in total?
This project is, I don't believe this project will cost them $805 million. Like I said, the $512 million has already been spent for a used and useful plant, and it's basically a sunk cost.
So it's a sunk cost, though, sir, because AES is making the decision to early retire these 2 units, right?
I don't think that's correct.
He's already answered the question, Your Honor. Tell me why you don't think it's correct.
Because for the most part, most of the plant will be used other than the coal and material handling
Well,
equipment.
isn't it true that in AES's own testimony, this is characterized as an early retirement?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence, or she hasn't identified where those facts are.
The entirety of AES's testimony is in evidence, Your Honor. I'd be more than happy if you'd give me a moment to point out all the places where they say it's an early retirement, but they in fact do.
Well, what the record reflects, Your Honor, is that they discuss the IRP analysis of various strategies.
In fact, I would draw your attention to Mr. Biggleball's testimony on page 27. I believe
Just direct testimony.
it's his direct testimony, trying to tell. He states again, on page 27, line 14, well, that's the end of the sentence. The beginning of the sentence starts on line 12. The outcome of the analysis remains unchanged by the GHG and SPS, as they are only served to enhance the economic viability of the Petersburg conversion strategy in comparison to the no early retirement strategy. Those are your words, correct, sir?
I'm trying to find it.
Okay.
Which page?
Are you in the
It's
rebuttal?
27. Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe I'm in
Rebuttal?
rebuttal. Apologies.
Okay.
Was a little quicker to get on my screen.
Looks like it's page 27 of rebuttal. I know you guys are trying this as well, just also to mention, to the extent we can try to not talk at the same time. That's better for Linda, so just.
Apologies, Your Honor.
I know it's,
I'll do
I know
my
it's
best.
impossible to totally avoid, but just stepping in to say that as well.
Thank you for the reminder. So you've reviewed lines 14 through 16 on page 27 of your rebuttal,
I have.
and it states that in the IRP there is a no early retirement strategy, correct?
That's correct.
And so can we agree, sir, that AES is deciding to early retire the coal units at Petersburg 3 and 4?
No, that's not correct. These were a number of portfolios that were analyzed in the IRP.
So are you telling me that Petersburg units 3 and 4 will remain on coal if the relief in this case is granted?
So I would say that it's highly improbable that they would remain on coal for the 20-year planning horizon, given what's going on in the world.
I'm sorry, I don't think I understood your question.
think there's a lot of
I'm not talking
pressure.
about the IRP, sir. I'm talking about reality in the world we live in. If the AES gets the relief it's asking for, units 3 and 4 will no longer be coal, right?
That's correct. They will be
And
gas.
that is, okay, I'm sorry to talk over you. You want to complete that last sentence?
So that's correct. If we get the relief, they will be on natural gas.
And so, therefore, as indicated by you in your own testimony, that is an early retirement scenario for the coal units at Petersburg 3 and 4, correct?
That is,
Objection, Your Honor. That misstates what's already in the record from Mr. Biggleball's testimony today, and it misstates what he's stating in his rebuttal testimony on page 27. The no early retirement strategy, that's a capitalized term referring back to the 2022 IRP analysis of a candidate portfolio.
And Your Honor, this is silly. This is semantics. The portfolios discussed in the IRP were about whether or not you were retiring these units early. That's
fine.
all this is.
Sorry, the objection's overruled. You can answer that question. I don't even remember what the question was. I don't know if you want to restate it.
Please.
Linda, would you be so kind?
So to answer that, when I wrote this testimony, in my head, I was referring back to the 2022 IRP and those cases. And in my head today, this is not an early retirement. It is a conversion from natural gas to, or I'm sorry, a conversion from coal to natural gas. The plant will remain in service.
But as a part of the conversion, you are doing so voluntarily. Is that correct?
We are doing so voluntarily based off of our 2022 IRP analysis, as well as the update prior to filing this cause, and which is driven by the reduction in fixed O&M.
Are you familiar, sir, with the concept of negative equity?
I am not.
If I would give you an example that, for instance, I bought a Fiat, which my father referred to as standing for Fix It Again, Tony. And my Fiat had a car loan on it. And that loan has $15,000 left on it, principal, but the car is only worth 10. So in that example, the negative equity is $5,000. Does that make sense?
I don't know.
Was my math wrong?
I don't know.
If you owe $20,000,
Probably doesn't make sense, but emotions sometimes drive things.
Okay, I don't know what that means, but let me go
You may
back
be in
to...
love with the car.
Okay, but here's my question. You agree with me that you still owe even if you go and sell the car for 10 and you still owe 15 to the car loan company, you still owe them 5, right?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that that sounds like negative equity?
Like I said, I don't understand the definition of negative equity.
Would you agree with me that in my example, if I went out and bought a new Mercedes for $40,000, I'd still have to pay Fiat mortgage company the $5,000?
Yes?
So isn't in this circumstance the repowering of units 3 and 4, you're refusing to acknowledge that the plants as they exist today still have $512 million owed on them in negative equity?
Yeah, I guess where I'm a bit confused, if we were to retire the plants today, the book value would remain the book value, and what's done with it would be, basically through our regulatory group and what's allowed under the commission. What we're looking at is roughly a $300 million investment to make this a much more economic plant and much more flexible. For what we have seen in the market, probably for the last decade.
Well, is the market what determines customer rates in Indiana, or is this commission determining what's customer rates in Indiana?
I think the market has a lot to do with it. because we do replace energy produced at our generation plants from the market. So anytime there's an opportune time to turn off our plants and buy from the market, we will do that because that saves our customers costs.
So is the $512 million that we're talking about here, it's not something that goes away for customers, and it's not, would you agree with me that it's not a used and useful asset anymore? They're paying $512 million for something that's not used anymore as a coal plant.
It's not used as a coal plant, but it will be used as a gas plant, so it will still be used.
But it will be used as a gas plant by adding another $293 million to the price tag, right?
And reducing O&M costs by over $600 million and allowing a plant much more flexibility in a marginal cost world.
So did AES do an apples-to-apples comparison for the commission and show the all-in cost for both options, or did you just show a part? Because you keep talking about O&M, but you didn't show O&M in these numbers.
Eric Miller showed the bridge, which shows the difference between operating on coal and operating on gas. If we can reduce our costs, right, and replace energy from the market when it's available, when it's below our cost, it creates a much more valuable asset for our customers.
Would you agree with me, sir, that O&M is just one part of what goes into customer rates?
O&M is a part of what goes in customer rates, correct?
Did you, at AES, or anyone at AES, analyze not just O&M, but the all-in costs of the status quo versus the conversion?
I mean, we just, in this analysis, we are comparing different portfolios, and we're looking at the differences between the different portfolios, right? So the change would be the book value would increase. So the assumption is the book is the book.
So the book is the book, but somebody has to pay for the book, right?
Correct. But
So why do you get to ignore that,
Objection,
sir?
Your Honor. If we could allow
withdraw the
Mr.
question.
Biggleball to finish his statement.
She withdrew her question. You can continue.
Your Honor, at this time, I've moved to admit REI cross-examination exhibits 1 and 2.
No objection.
Hearing no, I'm sorry, OUCC.
No objection.
Hearing no objection, REI's cross exhibits 1 and 2 are now admitted into the record of this cause.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes, let's go off the record.
I'll try to do this a little bit better this time. Give them theirs, please. These, because they're complete, well, sorry, hold on. This is the bench. And these are extras for just a select. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm keeping the ones for the record, sorry. Okay, yeah, the extras were just pages. Okay, I'll take a look at that in a second. I thought I had the whole IRP. Okay, we'll deal with that. Okay. Mhm. So 5 should be the excerpt from the climate report, which is page 4. So that's 5. 6 is the 2019 IRP, and I don't know what happened to it. You didn't have any, I know I handed you. It's just one page. Yeah. I would flip it over, CS6, the front page is on the front, sorry. Okay, this looks like this didn't get handed out either. This is just one page from the 2018 IRP. Well, again, okay, I'm trying to go in order, honey. This is, okay, I had the order, and it's, so this, I'm sorry, this is 6, 2018. They're in date order. That's 2018. 2019 should be the IRP. Then we have 2020 and 2021. It says on the bottom, that's 2022. So, yeah. So that would be this, but then I don't have another copy of it. So what is in the record is the whole document, but I gave you just one page to hand out, yes. It's page. Nikki, okay. I think you've handed out part of what we have, and that is what is causing the confusion. So let me just try to go through this. Apologies, Your Honor.
This would probably be a great time for,
Yeah.
let us get our stuff together.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a, oh, sorry, let's go back on the record. Let's go ahead and take a 15, or let's do, is 10 minutes enough? Okay. Let's do a 10-minute break until 10:25 or so. We're off the record.
Placement for CX3. So the incorrect one starts with a date. It's the timeline. It's the incorrect one starts with a date of 2024. The correct one, which should be in front of you, starts with a date of 2017. And I'm happy to go through each exhibit either now or on the record, just to make sure everyone in the room. Ms. Schultz was kind enough to talk to council and everyone to make sure they had everything. To be clear, I tried to make sure that council and the bench had complete copies, but in order not to kill trees, I was attempting just to give the remaining copies in the room an excerpt that we were trying to discuss.
And then we have a 2021 ESG indicators. Is this for CX, or what you will?
So that should be CX8. That is the new one. So to be clear, CX3 with the date starting in 2017 is the Petersburg conversion timeline. CX4 is the order in 44794. CX5 is the AES climate scenario report, of which some people only got one page, but you should have the front of the report and the page, hopefully. CX6 is an excerpt from the 2019 Indianapolis Power and Light IRP. CX7 is the 2020 performance indicators, of which some folks got just page 4. And CX8 is the 2021 ESG indicators, which some folks just got page 6. And those are in approximate same date order as the timeline in CX3.
Yeah, we're soft record.
The witness got complete copies of every document. Thank you.
Okay, we don't have much.
Very
of
good
anything.
question.
We have much of nothing up here. I have a copy of CX3 and 8, and that's it.
Okay.
Do you guys have them back in the back? I'll just grab the copy from our staff.
Thank you. Apologies, Your Honor. I have a set. Are those more copies of 6? Those are all the copies of 6. But, okay. I'm sorry, did you hand the pages of 6 out? Okay. What is that stack with the green? This.
All right, I think we have a copy we can share up here, so. And if we need to see the full one, he's got the full.
Yeah.
Okay.
It might be omitting one.
For him, yep. All right, now I think we're probably ready to go back on. You ready, Linda? I'll wait till she gets back to her seat. All right, let's go back on the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Biggleball, you should have what's in front of you been marked as REI cross-examination exhibits 3 through 8. Can you confirm you have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, just for housekeeping purposes?
I do.
Okay. So I'm going to skip 3 for a moment. I'm first going to turn your attention to cross-examination exhibit 4. Do you have that document?
I do.
And that's an order of the commission in cause number 44794 dated April 26, 2017.
Yep.
Were you working for AES in 2017?
I was working for AES, but I was not working for AES Indiana.
Okay, that's helpful. I'm going to turn your attention to page 3, which is the requested relief, and give you a moment to look at that paragraph. My question is this relief essentially for some environmental compliance projects at the Petersburg station?
Yes, that's what it looks like.
Next, I'm going to turn your attention to page 5, subsection A4. So you'll see in parentheses 4 on the second to last page. I see there estimated federally mandated costs in this case of approximately $48 million for NAAQS compliance, $2 million per year of O&M, and $46.9 million for the CCR. Do you see that?
I do.
So can we agree, just for round number purposes, that this case was estimating federally mandated costs of about $100 million for Petersburg?
Yes.
Next, I'm going to turn your attention to page 30. This again is parentheses C, titled, this is the Commission's conclusion on IPL's consideration of alternative plans. Would you be so kind as to read that paragraph for me? Aloud.
Loud?
Aloud, please.
The whole paragraph?
Yep.
As a practical matter, a decision, that's the one, right?
Yes.
Okay. Conclusion on IPL's consideration of alternative plans. As a practical matter, a decision to retire the Petersburg station would be difficult to reverse and would likely expose IPL's customers to immediate rate risk due to the need to replace the low-cost, locally fueled capacity. The record shows IPL has already retired or repowered and replaced its older coal facilities in response to federal environmental mandates and the ongoing need for adequate and reliable service in IPL's service area. IPL serves customers through an increasingly diverse portfolio that includes wind, solar, and DSM. IPL's remaining coal-fired units at the Petersburg station already have air pollution controls and are comparatively younger units than those retire or repowered. We find that as IPL continues to expand the diversity of its generation in DSM EE mix, it is important that the Petersburg station is able to continue to operate on coal and protect customers from potential price volatility in the gas markets. The Petersburg station's strategic physical location in southwest Indiana allows it to benefit from its close proximity to inexpensive coal. The compliance projects also allow IPL and its customers to realize the ongoing benefits of the recent investments in other pollution control equipment, as well as the robust design of the original equipment, which serves as a platform for these compliance projects.
Thank you. When did you begin having Petersburg under your responsibility at AES? What year, approximately?
2020.
Okay. Next, I'm going to turn your attention to cross-examination Exhibit 5. What's the title of this document?
AES Climate Scenario Report.
And if you turn to page 2, it's in very tiny print. I have to have my glasses. On the very bottom, what's the copyright there say on the footer?
2018.
The AES Corporation, correct?
AES Corporation.
Thank you. Have you seen this document before?
No.
Would you normally, as part of your job?
I think I'm generally aware of these things.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to turn your attention to page 4.
Your Honor, I'm so sorry to interrupt. We're talking about CX5. I have it being a letter from the CEO.
That's just the page number we're talking about. Jeff should have the entire document, which is called AES Climate Scenario Report. Jeff, if you don't mind my handwriting marking it as CX5, I'll give you mine. Did you keep that copy of page 4? Thank you. So I'm going to turn your attention again to CX5, page 4, which for the benefit of those in the audience that didn't get the complete copy, it's entitled Letter from the CEO. Are you there?
Yes.
So what does that letter from AES's CEO indicate in the block there about, that's in black, about CO2?
70% reduction in carbon intensity by 2030.
So that was AES's goal in 2018, to have a 70% reduction in carbon intensity by 2030.
Yes.
Next, I'm going to turn your attention to CX6. That's just an excerpt from IPL's 2019 Integrated Resource Plan. The preface page it should be there on the back, titled XX.
At this point, I'm going to object on the grounds that this line of cross-examination exceeds the scope of Mr. Biggleball's direct and rebuttal testimony. There's been no foundation laid that we're using today's hearing room time to cross-examine Mr. Biggleball about what he's here to testify about. So it exceeds the scope of his testimony.
Your Honor, Mr. Biggleball states in several places in his testimony that AES is not making this repowering decision as a result of its corporate environmental goals. I am attempting to establish the timeline of those corporate environmental goals. I think it is well within the purview of reasonable cross-examination.
Yeah, I'm going to overrule that objection. You can continue for now. I mean, if you want to make further objections down the line when we've gotten further into this line, that's fine, but we're still at the beginning of this, so.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Biggleball again. On the page with XX on the bottom, or what we call 20, there you'll see about the middle of the page under the straight line that's across the page, the 2019 IPL Preferred Resource Portfolio contains the following elements. First bullet, retirement of 1,630 megawatts of coal by 2023. You see
Sorry,
that?
did you say 1,600 or 6?
I'm sorry if I said it wrong. Let me restate the question. Do you see there where it says the 2019 IPL Preferred Resource Portfolio contains the following elements?
Yes.
And the first bullet there is retirement of 630 megawatts of coal by 2023.
Yes.
So in CX5, the chairman, or I'm sorry, the CEO of AES said we're going to, in 2018 he announced we're going to reduce carbon intensity by 70% in 2030. Then in the 2019 IPL IRP, there's an announcement of the retirement of Petersburg 1 and 2. Can we agree on that?
I can agree on that, but they're not really necessarily tied directly together.
Okay. I understand that's your position. Let's go on to the next
It was
exhibit.
a settlement with
Your
EPA.
Honor, I didn't have a question pending.
I mean, he can finish his sentence. What were you saying, Mr. Biggleball?
I was saying that it was not directly tied, the 630 megawatts. It was actually a settlement agreement with the EPA.
Again, I'll note an objection because he's answering a question that was not asked.
All right, let's just move on.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next, I'm going to turn your attention to cross-examination Exhibit 7. That should be called 2020 Performance Indicators. Do you have that document in
Yes.
front of you, sir? Would this be another type of performance indicator report from AES that you would have been generally familiar with at the time?
Generally, yeah. Don't remember it.
That's fine. I'm going to turn your attention to page 4 again. That should have a picture of a lovely gentleman standing in front of a wind turbine. Are you there?
Yes.
So there on page 4, it says, in a timeline, 2025, less than 10% of megawatt hours generated expected to come from coal-fired plants, right?
Yes.
So in the 2020 report, now we've changed the goal again, right?
Yes.
And it's even a higher goal to 10% of megawatt hours generated expected, less than 10% expected to come from coal. Is that right?
Yes.
And then 2030 generation portfolio carbon intensity in line with well below 2 degrees Celsius scenario, right?
Yes.
2040 net carbon emissions from electricity sales, net zero carbon emissions, right?
Yes.
What does net zero carbon emissions mean?
Means you can use offsets.
What's the difference between the statement for 2040 of net zero carbon emissions and the statement for 2050 for net zero carbon and emissions for the entire business portfolio?
One's for electricity sales and one's for the entire business portfolio, which means you're looking at supply chain.
So would that be scope, are we talking about scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions?
I'm not familiar with those terms.
Okay. Next, I'm going to turn your attention to cross-examination Exhibit 8. That's the 2021 AES ESG indicator document, correct?
Yeah.
What does ESG stand for, sir?
Environmental social governance.
And why is, let's see what I want to, I'm going to turn your attention to page 6, sorry. And here we are, 2021 ESG indicators. Page 6. I think that might be the same gentleman standing in front of the turbine, just a different angle. Is that you?
Your Honor, I would move to strike Ms. Wheeler's comments that are delaying the hearing, and she's testifying. It's not necessary to characterize all the pictures. If we can move the hearing along, we have 1 day scheduled for this hearing. We've already had a lot of delay. If we could exclude Ms. Wheeler's testimony, it would move us along. And I object to the fact that we're delaying the hearing with her rhetorical comments.
Your Honor, I apologize. Since everyone didn't get the entire document, I was just making sure they knew which one we were talking about, and then I noticed it looked like Mr. Biggleball. Apologies.
You can go ahead.
Thank you. Is that you, sir?
That is not.
Oh, okay. Sorry. So 2021 ESG indicators. Now we have there in the right-hand column a timeline. By 2025, we intend to have zero coal in our portfolio, right?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. So over a period of 4 or 5 years, your environmental goals continued to get stricter and stricter at a corporate level, right?
So I think there's a couple of things going on there. So they were getting stricter and stricter as we were deploying more and more renewables and accomplishing our goals. And these goals, these ESG goals, they're shared, like I said in my rebuttal, they're shared throughout our industry, throughout general industry, public companies. I believe the city of Indianapolis also has ESG goals, and I know some of our major customers have ESG goals. So it's very common.
My first question to you, sir, would be, does the city of Indianapolis or any of your customers have monopoly businesses like AES does?
Not as defined by a monopoly, no. But we do have to listen to our stakeholders, especially our customers.
So isn't it true that it's your stakeholders, meaning your stockholders or your investors, that are pushing ESG goals?
Our shareholders they establish goals, but this process has been a very objective process where we invited a lot of stakeholder input. We listened to our customers and other stakeholders during the IRP process.
But let's be clear, sir. CX 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 all occurred before your 2022 IRP was filed with this commission, right? Those goals were already established.
They were established, but like I said, it was a very objective analysis in which we used third-party inputs for many of the cases, or all the cases for commodities.
So I'm going to turn your attention next back to CX3. Just want to confirm we've got everything correct here on the timeline. And as you'll see when you start to look at it, I've got some citations to the cross-examination exhibits we just talked about, as well as some of your testimony. So in 2017, you received approval for the environmental compliance projects affecting the 4 units at Petersburg, right?
Yes.
And the next year in 2018, AES's climate scenario report, which is CX Exhibit 5, AES announced a corporate goal of 70% reduction in carbon intensity by 2030, right?
Yes.
Then in 2019, AES files its IRP. That's the CX6 exhibit, where it announces it's going to retire Petersburg 1 and 2.
Yes.
And then the next year in 2020, AES's performance indicator report states coal-fired generation will be reduced to less than 10% of the megawatt hours by 2025, right?
It's true. I believe that goal was on a pro forma basis.
And then in 2021, ESG indicator report that we went through said the goal is zero coal by 2025.
Yes.
And then AES files its 2022 IRP on December 1st, 2022. That's an exhibit in this case, right?
Yes.
And Petersburg Unit 3 is retired in June 23.
No. Petersburg Unit 2 is retired in June of 2023.
Okay, you are welcome to, apologies, you're right. That was a typo on my part. You're welcome to correct that on the copy of the exhibit if you like. March 2024, you issue a limited notice to proceed with construction. That's in your direct, page 28.
Yes.
Then you file this case for CPCN approval March 11th.
Yes.
So you gave your EPC contractor a limited notice to proceed before you filed this case?
We did to start engineering. It's not unusual.
Who's at risk if you don't receive your approval in this case?
We're at risk. We did ask for relief for that.
You asked for relief for that to be included in customer rates.
If the CPCN is denied, yeah.
So even if the CPCN is denied, it's not real. If you've asked for relief, then it really isn't on your shareholder risk. It's customer risk, right?
We don't know if we're going to get approval of that, so it is a risk for us.
But you're trying to transfer that risk by asking the commission to back up the decision to incur costs before you even filed this case.
We believe that it's prudent. I mean, when you look at the outage schedule, we have to manage between the peak capacity seasons. And in particular, the winter season here, we want to try to get it done without impacting the capacity of the winter season.
So if you get the relief that AES is requesting in this case, are you going to meet your goal to be off coal in 2025?
Obviously not.
Well, let's look at that. You're going to be out, according to your testimony on page 29, the outage for the conversion for Unit 3 is February to June 26, and for Unit 4 is June to December 26.
Right, and so the goal was 2025.
So you missed it by, in one case, 2 months, in the other 6 months, right?
Just to be clear, this is not driven by a goal. This is driven by the outcome. The objective analysis and outcome of an IRP, which involved a lot of stakeholders, and a short-term action plan that was developed after that.
Can we agree that by December 2026, AES ceases using coal in Indiana?
And then if approved, the expectation is that we would be off of coal by December 2026 in Indiana.
So that's a yes.
That's a yes.
So your in-service date for Unit 3, according to your direct testimony, page 29, is June 2026. That's planned, correct?
Yes.
And your planned in-service date for Unit 4, both repowered, is December 2026, correct?
Correct.
April 1st, 2027, final reliability tests on both units, correct?
Correct.
And then by 2040, lo and behold, we have net zero carbon emissions from electricity sales, correct?
That's an AES Corporation goal, yes.
And you will have met that goal in Indiana according to this timeline, right?
No,
Why not?
because that's net zero carbon emissions. We will still be burning natural gas.
Ah, so we agree that there are carbon emissions from natural gas, right?
Significantly less, yes.
But there are carbon emissions from natural gas.
I believe it's about 40% of coal, yes.
Would you consider natural gas to be a low carbon resource?
I would, relative to oil and coal.
Is it a low carbon resource compared to nuclear?
No,
Is it a low carbon resource compared to solar?
no,
Is it a low carbon resource compared to wind?
no.
Is it a low carbon resource compared to battery?
Battery is that's a charge, so I'm not sure.
I see where you're coming from. So we can agree, though, that being off coal isn't carbon free. That's your point, right?
It's significantly less, as stated in probably my direct as well as many others.
But again, the question was, do we agree that being off coal is not carbon free for AES?
We agree, and there are many stakeholders in our IRP process that brought that to our attention, and they did want, basically, several have asked, can't you just get off carbon altogether? I don't think there's technology out there right now other than nuke, although nuke is probably not cost effective right now. Maybe there's promise in small modular reactors, but time will tell.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move for REI cross-examination exhibits 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 into the record as evidence, please.
Petitioner, oops. Petitioner, are there any objections?
No objection to 3, Your Honor. 4 is the commission order. Is it the order in its entirety or just the excerpt?
It's the order in its entirety.
No objection to 4. 5, proper foundation has not been laid. 6, the excerpt, is it the IRP Volume 1 or just the page you handed out?
It's IRP Volume 1. It indicates that on the first page.
Okay. No objection to 6. And 7 is lacking foundation. 8, it's also no proper foundation's been laid. Ms. Wheeler read information into the record, but didn't lay the foundation, relevance, or familiarity, or the ability of the witness to identify these documents.
Ms. Wheeler.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd say that the witness has testified that he's been with the company for, I believe, more than 30 years, that he's generally familiar with these kind of reports related to his responsibility for generation. These are AES corporate documents, not specific to Indiana, so the fact that he wasn't responsible for Indiana until 2020 doesn't impact his general knowledge of the reports of the company in his executive position, as well as I'll state that, again, this goes to the door that Mr. Biggleball's rebuttal opened by saying that the decision here was not driven by these corporate goals, which predate both the 2022 IRP and the public statements about what was happening at Petersburg. There's a very clear line in these exhibits from 2018 to 2022 about what this company's intentions were with regard to emissions, and in particular, shutting down coal.
Ms. Nyhart, do you have anything else?
Ms. Wheeler is arguing what she thinks these documents show and it's mischaracterized the clear record, which distinguishes between the AES corporations as a global parent company's goal and AES Indiana's actions. And the timeline document we did not object to. These other documents, she's not laid the proper foundation for.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and admit all of these documents just because we are guided by the rules of evidence, but we can also admit things that, so I'm going to admit all of them. So over the petitioner's objection, that would be, so REI's exhibits 5, 7, and 8 are admitted over petitioner's objection, and then with no, I'm sorry, the OUCC have any objection?
No objection.
Okay. 3, CX 3, 4, and 6 are admitted without any objection. Ms. Wheeler?
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach? I just have 2 exhibits to be marked this time.
All right, let's go off the record.
So these are all complete, and this will be 9. So I'll give copies to the bench if you'll give me some of those back. And yeah. Yeah, this is trying to be very, very careful. have any copies of the bill? Ready when you are, Your Honor.
Let's go back on the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wiggleball, you have in front of you what's been marked for identification purposes as REI Cross-Examination Exhibit 9. Do you see that document?
Yes.
Do you see that that's Senate Enrolled Act 268?
I do.
And do you see there at the top, it's from the first regular session of the General Assembly in 2023?
I do.
And there underneath the Senate Enrolled Act number, an act to amend the Indiana Code.
I do.
Were you aware that the state of Indiana has a prohibition on ESG investment?
I'm not aware of that.
Were you aware that our General Assembly does not want public employee retirement funds invested using ESG standards?
I'm not aware of that.
Do you have any idea why our General Assembly might not want investment decisions made under an ESG framework?
Not aware.
Could it, sir, perhaps have anything to do with the fact that if you are simply making decisions based on environmental goals, those might not be the best financial decisions in all cases?
I haven't read the act. I'm not aware of it. We're making this based off of our IRP analysis and the 5 pillars.
Well, that wasn't my question, sir. My question wasn't about the act. My question was, is it possible that if a financial decision is driven by an ESG goal, that it is not the best financial decision in certain cases?
I don't know how to answer that.
Okay. I'm going to turn your attention to cross-examination Exhibit 10, which has been marked for identification purposes.
Yep. I haven't.
Is that, thank you, is that the AES 2014 proxy statement? I believe if you flip through it, you'll see it's got footers on the bottom of it that say 2014 proxy statement.
Yep, March 14th.
Would you generally be familiar with what's in a proxy statement?
Not really.
Do you ever look at AES's proxy statements?
Not really.
Are you aware that AES has an environmental performance goal for its highly compensated employees that's based on ESG?
Generally, I'm aware of our goals.
Well, let's look at that on page 46 of the proxy statement.
Okay?
Do you see there in that first table where it lists the goals?
I do.
And that is your AES Compensation Committee has created an environmental goal there, right? And a social goal?
A long time ago, but yeah, that's what I see, I think.
Oh, are you saying the environmental and social goals were created a long time ago?
I mean, this is from 2014, right? What?
No, 2024.
Oh, this is 2024. Okay, I'm sorry. You started off
If
with
I said 2014, I apologize. It is 2024.
But I think that original thing was from 2014, wasn't it?
No, I don't think so.
Yep. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yep, 2024. We're on the same page.
Thank you. Glad it's already been a long morning. So those environmental and social performance compensation goals, are those ESG goals?
Yes.
And the environmental goal is a reduction of gigawatt hours from coal generation across the company's portfolio of fuel sources by the end of the fiscal year ending December 31st, 2025, right?
That's what it says, yes.
And the weight of that is 7.5%.
Yes.
And so this means, number one, let's be clear, this is talking about across AES's portfolio of fuel sources. So that includes Petersburg, right?
Should, yes.
And so the result in this case, if AES gets the relief it's asking for, at least as to Indiana, it gets there, right? Meets the goal?
No.
Is that the 2 months and 6 months differential that you're talking about in the
Doesn't meet it by the
shutdown
end.
dates?
Doesn't meet it by the end of 2025.
So does this say that it is automatically 25%, or is it is your understanding of the up and down, that it could go up to or down?
It looks like there's an adjustment percentage, yes.
And so is your understanding of what the compensation committee could do is, okay, if you miss the goal by a little bit, maybe you won't get 7.5%, but you might get something.
Yes.
That's been your experience. So this is for highly compensated employees.
Yes.
Does that cover you, sir?
I don't have this as a measurement in my goals.
Are you eligible for any kind of bonus financially relative to the result of this case?
I am, this is part of our goals, yes, on a scorecard, yep. Individual goals as well as on our scorecard.
And so if you get the relief that AES has requested, you will have met at least a part of your performance metrics. Is that right, personally?
Yes, that's right.
And is there a financial component for you for that?
There is a financial component, but that's not what's driving this decision once again.
Okay. Is this compensation bonus, I'm sorry, this compensation, what's the term they use? I guess it is a bonus, compensation bonus adjustment on this page 46 of the proxy statement. Is this couched in terms of the decision being least cost to customers?
So I'm not that intimately familiar with our executive leadership team compensation. What I read is what I read off the page. Okay, so from the ESG, what I see is a 15%. So if we miss a goal, you could be minus 15% and you lose the entirety. This also looks like it's tied to RSUs. RSUs ultimately don't pay out unless the stock performs.
Let me try that again. Where in this goal is there a relationship to customer cost of these ESG goals?
Yeah, it's so in AES Indiana's goal, we have projects, right? We have a couple of renewable projects that we're doing. We have the coal to gas project here. Those are in our goals. Safety's in our goals. Performance KPIs are in our goals. That's reliability. We also have in there, in our scorecard, customer as well. So if the customer is dissatisfied, that impacts much of the leadership of AES Indiana. So yes, it is a very strong part of AES Indiana's scorecard. So said another way, if we're making the wrong decision here, it will have if it has a negative impact on our customers, we will all feel the pain, at least in the leadership roles.
Well, let's dig deeper into that for a minute. If you make the wrong decision here, what does that mean to you?
What does that mean to me?
What is the wrong decision here?
From all of the analysis that has been performed in the 2020 IR2 and updated in 2024 prior to this filing, this is a benefit to our customers, as shown by the PVRR analysis, versus,
Sorry.
keeping the units on coal.
But if it turns out that that's not true, isn't it your customers that bear the risk, sir?
So I think this, once again, the savings are primarily driven by fixed O&M. Those are real, okay? So the question is going to be the risk at market. You referenced, the work that was done, the $100 million. That was pure energy. That was environmental controls, which is fuel costs or variable O&M, right? That could vary depending on, what markets do. But what we're doing here is a significant reduction in the fixed O&M of the plant and provides the plant much more flexibility to operate in current market. Current market is very difficult for coal plants. If you look at PJM, I think in the last 5 years, don't quote me on this, but it's about 20,000 megawatts of coal has retired. We talk about capacity factors, right? And, coal has higher capacity factors than, a similar in-kind 11,000 heat rate gas plant, right? But it's not enough in the energy market to cover the fixed O&M. So the fixed O&M savings is not at risk.
Your Honor, I'd move to strike his response as non-responsive. The question that I asked was, if this decision is ultimately incorrect, isn't it the customers that bear the risk?
Mr. Biggleball, if you could just answer that question directly. I'm not going to strike his testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. So do they bear the risk? Ultimately, if this is approved and put into the rate, yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move to admit into evidence REI cross-examination exhibits 9 and 10.
Ms. Nyhart.
No objection.
Hearing no objection, cross exhibits 9 and 10 are now admitted into the record of this cause. Oh, I'm sorry. OUCC.
If I just may ask, counsel, on CX9, can you please point to the portion of the language that talks about ESG investments?
I'm sorry, counsel, do you think I have the wrong bill?
Well, I mean, just my quick glance through this, it talks about divestment. Sorry, it talks about divestment from Chinese companies.
My understanding that it was both things. It's divestment. So what the treasurer of the state of Indiana puts out now is both a ban on companies with Chinese investment and a ban on companies with ESG goals.
Okay, but I'm just wondering where in this language it talks about the ESG goals. There's extensive language on the Chinese Communist Party and investments there, but not on ESG.
Counsel may be right, Your Honor. I may have pulled the wrong bill.
Okay.
I can withdraw the motion as it relates to CX9. The law in Indiana is what it is.
Okay. All right. So what I just said. CX10 is admitted without objection, and CX9 is not admitted into the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions for Mr. Biggleball. Thank you, sir.
OUCC have anything?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Nyhart.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Biggleball, you were just speaking with Ms. Wheeler about who bears the risk if the future unfolds differently than the company has projected in its analysis. Is that risk reasonable?
I don't believe so, given today's market. Like I said, the risk are the fixed O&M savings is a known. And we can compare Petersburg to Harding Street Station's fixed O&M, so we know that very well. So the question really becomes, really it's the relative movement of coal versus gas, and it's basically the spread between the two, how much value that gives our customers, right? The wider the spread, if coal is the least cost, the wider that spread, the greater value coal is to our customers. We see very, very, very narrow spreads in the markets, and this has been a trend for at least the last 10 years. And if you look over the last 5 years, there was only 1 year, 2022, during the Ukraine war, where the spread was wide enough for a coal plant to cover its fixed O&M. So I don't see a lot of risk in this because this is driven by known cost, fixed O&M costs. That's where the savings are coming from. And then we put it to the test with, okay, what happens in the IRP analysis? What happens if there's a fundamental shift in environmental policy? And that's what the scenarios were about. And this gas conversion lived up to that test. We also stress tested with stochastic analysis our reference case, and 98% of the time, converting this coal plant to natural gas was better for our customers. Only 2% of the time, coal was less expensive.
Do you have what was marked as REI, cross-examination, Exhibit 3 on the witness stand still?
I do. It's very.
That was the Petersburg conversion timeline.
Got it.
Thank you. On the first line, AES refers to what? Can you define AES in line 1?
Yeah, that's AES Indiana, or at the time, probably Indianapolis Power and Light Company.
Okay. On the line that begins with the date 2018, who is AES's?
That's the AES Corporation.
What's the difference?
The AES Corporation is a shareholder of AES Indiana.
On line 2019, AES refers to what entity?
That's AES Indiana.
2020, AES's 2020 Performance Indicators Report. Who's AES on that line?
That's the AES Corporation.
2021 line, AES's 2021 ESG Indicators Report. Who's AES on that line?
That's the AES Corporation.
December 1, 2022 line, AES files. Do you see that? Who's AES
Yes.
in that line?
That is AES Indiana.
March 2024, AES issues limited notice to proceed. Who is AES in that line?
AES Indiana.
2025 goal for AES to cease using coal. Who is AES on that line?
The AES Corporation.
By 2040, net zero carbon emissions from electricity sales. Do you see that line?
Yes,
What goal does that refer to?
that is the AES Corporation's goal.
Thank you. Do you have REI cross-examination Exhibit 2 still? That was the, was a table prepared by Ms. Wheeler?
Yes.
All right. How much of the net book value of Pete 3 and 4 is estimated to be retired as a result of the proposed conversion project?
I believe it's about, I want to say $6 to $8 million, if I recall, but it's I'm sorry. No, I don't know that number. I'm thinking about the demolition cost.
Is there a witness in this case who testified to the amount?
Probably Chad.
Was it Ms. Maringer?
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Yeah. Our
During cross-examination, you mentioned that witness Miller had a bridge in his testimony presentation. What were you referring to?
Yeah, I was referring to there's two identical, well, not identical, two similar bridges. It's in, I believe it's in witness Miller's direct, figure 9, which was from the, oh, I'm sorry, that's the 2024. Figure 2, which is from the 2022 IRP, which shows the bridge between no early retirement and the Petersburg conversion, where the value comes from. And there's a similar bridge on Figure 9 where when Eric's team updated the PVRR prior to this filing.
You mentioned a waterfall chart. What's that?
So it's just a bridge or a waterfall chart. It just starts out with if we can refer to Figure 2, it starts on the left-hand side of the PVRR for no early retirement, 9 million, or that's, I think it's 9 billion, but 9,572, and then you can see the fixed O&M reduction. Ultimately, you're getting to the Petersburg conversion project. So you can see from the 2020 IR2 that $657 million was from O&M savings alone. And it's a bit interesting as well, and I'll point out, when you look at the emissions cost, because part of this is environmental sustainability. If you take that emissions cost out, which is roughly $100 million, this still shows a significant benefit to our customers.
Can you explain that?
So the
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This far exceeds the scope of his direct. Now he's into another witness's testimony and explaining testimony of a witness that hasn't been on the stand yet. I mean, I think we're far beyond where we should be for proper redirect.
Your Honor, it's within the scope of the cross-examination. We are asked about the best estimate of the project. We are asked where the O&M is or is not in the best estimate. It's appropriate to discuss the relevant O&M. And she was asked about risk consideration, who bears the risk, what are the costs to customers. All of this is open by the cross-examination. And I'm clarifying what the witness's responses, which he endeavored to keep short to allow the hearing to proceed efficiently, and clarifying what he meant by his responses as they related to the cross-examination that was posed.
All right, that's fine. I'm going to overrule the objection. You can answer, Mr. Biggleball.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, so the emissions really, the majority of that is the bulk of kind of, we use the proxy of CO2 cost, and because there's no market, there's nothing that we can look at. We use the proxy, and that proxy would estimate either capital cost involved or the cost of allowances. So even if you remove that and say there's not going to be any cost to CO2, it still ends up being significant savings to our customer.
Ms. Wheeler asked you about the best estimate and whether, and you testified that O&M was not included in the best estimate. How did the company take O&M into consideration?
The company took the O&M into consideration in the PVRR analysis.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Let's go off the record.
Ms. Wheeler asked you a question.
Let's go back on the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Wheeler asked you questions about the costs and benefits to customers of the project and the potential for the future to turn out differently. And she asked, don't customers bear that risk? And you explained that, why you disagreed with that. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
And during that explanation, you stated that the conversion results in a plant that's much more flexible to operate. Could you
Yes.
explain what you meant by that?
Sure. So a natural gas plant, even in this configuration, its steam cycle, is significantly more flexible than a coal plant, which, coal plants are very sluggish. Gas plants respond much quicker. And so the turndowns or the minimum generation level that a gas plant can achieve versus a coal plant is significantly better, which adds value for our customers. Also, the startup costs of a gas plant versus a coal plant are significantly less, which would potentially allow the plant to turn off and turn back on relatively rapid for the off-peak in order for our customers to benefit from soft off-peak prices. Coal plants, most of the time, have to run at a loss, an energy loss, through that off-peak period because their startup costs are significantly high.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further redirect.
We have no questions, so you are excused, Mr. Biggleball. Thank you. Let's go off the record. So I guess we should probably just go ahead and break for lunch at this point. Linda, when do you think coming back at like 12:45 would that be okay? All right, we're going to take lunch until 1 o'clock, so and that's it. And so we'll see everyone back at 1, and we're off the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Linda, you ready? All right, let's go back on the record.
Your Honor, petitioner would call Mr. Cooper to the stand.
Oh, and before we get started, no, you're fine. Before we get started and before I forget, I just wanted to note for the record that Cross Exhibit 9 was withdrawn by intervener, just for our records. And with that, Mr. Peabody. And you were, Mr. Cooper, you were here when we swore in witnesses, right? Yes, okay, Mr. Peabody.
Good afternoon, Mr. Cooper.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name and business address for the record?
G. Aaron Cooper, 1 Monument Circle, Indianapolis.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by AES U.S. Services as the Chief Commercial Officer for U.S. Utilities.
You have before you on the table your direct and rebuttal testimony, is that correct?
Yes,
Do you adopt those exhibits as your sworn testimony in this cause?
I do.
Your Honor, the witness is tendered for cross-examination.
Ms. Schultz. Yep.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Cooper.
Good afternoon.
I'd like you to turn to your rebuttal, page 3, line 15, and let me know when you're there, please.
I'm sorry, can you say the page again?
Yes, sir. It's your rebuttal, page 3.
Okay.
Do you see at line 15, you've got a section called IRP fuel price inputs?
I do.
Were you responsible for overseeing the pricing for the coal inputs for the IRP?
I did not develop them myself, but I was responsible for their assembly.
Okay. And at any time, if I ask you a question and it's better referred to Mr. Miller, let me know. I just wasn't sure. So my question is, when we look at the coal prices, it's my understanding that AES ran, they did stochastic analysis. Is that right?
We did for the IRP.
Okay. And AES did not run more than one scenario for coal prices. Is that right?
So to be clear, the stochastic analysis looks at, in this case, 100 possible futures and varies all the commodities, power, gas, coal. And so in that, you see, as observed in my testimony, a range of potential fuel scenarios, if you will.
If we contrast the approach that AES used for coal pricing to the approach that AES used for gas pricing, is it correct to say that for gas pricing, AES used both multiple scenarios plus stochastic methods?
For some of the scenarios, there were different natural gas prices for the deterministic view, but for the stochastic process, it works the same as I described for coal.
So to put a finer point on it, when we're comparing and contrasting the approach that you used, or AES used, as between coal and gas pricing, you did not use scenarios in the same manner as you used for gas. Is that correct?
I think, to be very clear and responsive, I believe, to the DRs that we received and also REI's testimony, for the scenario analysis that was part of the Integrated Resources Plan, there was one price used in the scenarios for natural gas. There were different prices used, multiple prices used for coal. But again, the point is we did stochastic analysis for all of them and varied all of them, receiving a very wide range of distributions.
So your testimony is you did do stochastic analyses for both?
My testimony is that the stochastic analysis takes into account all of the commodity inputs.
I understand that's what stochastic analysis is. I'm asking about the different approaches between how you evaluated gas versus how you evaluated coal.
I'm not sure I understand that question.
Let's think about your IRP. Where were the coal price scenarios that you referenced a few moments ago?
There were multiple scenarios, 5 and then a 6th actually, and we did use one coal price for all of those scenarios, and the natural gas price, there was a base, a low, and a high.
Thank you. If I could ask you to please turn to page 7 of your rebuttal. Are you there?
I am.
If you look at lines 1 through 8, do you see the excerpt of your testimony discussing REI witness Medine's claims that firm natural gas transportation arrangement is not sufficiently reliable, and you disagree with that? You see that passage?
I see the passage.
Thank you. Would you agree with me that there can be some unexpected issues that can disrupt the delivery of gas to the units that a firm transportation agreement alone does not cure?
What I've described in my testimony is that we have firm, in-path, in-direction transportation service for our natural gas. If you're referring to the possibility of a force majeure, there can be force majeure events on the natural gas system in the same way that there can be force majeures for the delivery of any other fuel.
Thank you. So when we think about Harding Street 7, you're familiar with that unit, correct?
Yes,
And it converted coal to gas. Is that right?
that is correct.
And that happened approximately 2016?
That is correct.
Is it true that for Harding Street 7, in 2017, there was an unforeseen issue that arose in the winter during cold weather operation that required the installation of a heater for the gas supply piping to prevent precipitation of paraffins in the gas and consequent fouling of the regulators?
I was not involved with the AES Indiana generating units at that time, but I am familiar that a filter had to be installed.
Do you have any reason to dispute the facts that I just put before you?
Can you repeat those facts?
Sure. Is it true that in 2017, AES reported an unforeseen issue arose in the winter during cold weather operation that would require the installation of a heater for the gas supply piping to prevent precipitation of paraffins in the gas and consequent fouling of the regulators?
I don't have any information that would allow me to, frankly, either confirm the exact details or to deny them.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, let's go off the record.
Could we go off the record, Your Honor?
You want to go back on? You ready to go back on?
Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Are
We're
we
still-
on CX 11? Thank you.
Let's go back on the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Cooper, do you have in front of you what's been marked for identification purposes as Reliable Energy Cross-Examination Exhibit Number 11?
I do.
Could you please identify this document?
It is a commission order from the cause number 42170 ECR 29.
And the date the order was approved?
August 30, 2017.
Okay. And if I ask you to turn to page 3 of this order, in the second full paragraph, do you see the sentence that begins on the 6th line of that paragraph that starts with the phrase, Mr. Scott stated that an unforeseen issue?
I do see the sentence.
With that information, can you now answer my prior question about whether that, in fact, it was the case that in 2017, AES reported an unforeseen issue arose this past winter during cold weather operation that will require the installation of a heater for the gas supply piping to prevent precipitation of paraffins in the gas and consequent fouling of the regulators?
Yes, I see that Mr. Scott testified to that effect.
And that is in this order, correct?
It is.
Your Honor, I'll offer into evidence what's been marked for identification purposes as intervenor cross-examination 11.
Petitioner.
No objections, Your Honor.
OUCC.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, hearing no objection, REI's Cross Exhibit 11 is now admitted into the record of this cause.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Mr. Cooper, once that heater had to be installed, is it true then that later AES customers had to pay for those costs to fix the problem?
Well, the language in the same paragraph suggests that the final cost might be or would be included in the cause 42170 ECR 26.
Okay. May I approach Your Honor and go off the record?
Yes, let's go off the record.
Bless you.
All right, let's go back on the record.
Mr. Cooper, do you have in front of you what's been marked for identification purposes as interveners cross-examination exhibit CX12?
I do.
Could you identify that document?
It is an order of the commission and cause number 42170 ECR 30 dated February 28th, 2018.
And this was the same docket we were discussing in cross-examination 11, docket 42170 ECR, correct?
Yes.
If I had you turn, please, to page 5 of this document. If you could please go to the third full paragraph that starts with the words "based on the evidence." Could you read for me just the first 2 sentences?
For clarity, paragraph beginning with what words?
Based on the evidence.
Based on the evidence discussed above, we find that the costs incurred through October 31st, 2017 for the environmental compliance projects used in the computation of the proposed ECCRA are reasonable and appropriate. While the OUCC recommended that the cost associated with the gas pipeline heater installed at Harding Street 7 be made subject to refund, the record shows that there is no dispute that these costs are reasonable and necessary costs appropriate for recovery through the ECCRA.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, we'll offer into evidence what's been marked as interveners cross-examination exhibit 12.
Petitioner,
No objections, Your Honor.
UCC.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, hearing no objection, interveners cross exhibit 12 is now admitted into the record of this cause.
Thank you, Your Honor. And finally, Mr. Cooper, to the extent that there are force majeure issues or unexpected issues with the gas supply, you are not here today to indicate to this commission that the shareholders would bear the risk of those issues, correct?
What specific costs are you suggesting?
If there's an outage on your natural gas, either the pipeline or, a freezing again, like what we saw in the 42170 case for Harding Street 7, are the costs for those unexpected disruptions to the gas service, are those risks on the shareholders' shoulders or on the ratepayers' shoulders?
The appropriate incurring of those costs would be reviewed in a subsequent FAC proceeding.
Okay. So you're not here to make a commitment either way?
I'm not. It would depend on the prudence of any of the decisions leading to that circumstance. But it is possible that if, for example, a unit was in the money during a cold weather event, that AES Indiana might have to purchase additional replacement power from the MISO market. And if prudent, if the actions were prudent, typically those costs would be made a part of the FAC recovery.
Thank you. When we think about the difference between using gas as your fuel source versus coal, would you agree with me that coal has on-site inventory?
Coal plants have an on-site inventory.
And would you agree with me that natural gas does not have on-site inventory?
We do not have any natural gas on-site storage.
Thank you. Let's turn, please, to page 13 of your rebuttal. Do you see your testimony there? You say Petersburg repowered to burn natural gas is an ideal long-term solution as opposed to remaining on coal.
I'm sorry, can you refer me to the line?
I believe we are at line 13. Let me double check. Yeah, 13 of your rebuttal, line 3, Petersburg repowered to burn natural gas is an ideal long-term solution as compared to remaining on coal. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that, and it is.
Do you, could you define for me in the context of that testimony, what does long-term mean to you?
In my mind, long-term means the remaining or the life of the repowered asset.
What is the life of these repowered assets?
In the context of the Integrated Resources Plan, we looked at the 20-year planning horizon, but quite likely longer than that.
So it's your testimony here today, you think these steamers are going to last at least 20 years?
There's no reason that they should not.
Is it possible that your corporate ESG goals would intervene and indicate that it is no longer appropriate and consistent with the corporate goals to continue to run a carbon-emitting source as long as 20 years?
If you're suggesting that AES Corp would impose on AES Indiana, the regulated utility in the state of Indiana, a closure date disconnected from the Integrated Resource Plan process, the economics, and the best interest of our customers, my answer is that they would not do that.
And if that's the case, I'm glad you brought that up, because in the timeline document that we saw before, Mr. Biggleball clarified on rebuttal that certain of these proclamations came from AES Indiana, and certain of them came from what I'll call AES Corporate. Were you present for that?
I was present.
Is it your testimony that if AES Corporate creates a goal or a corporate incentive, that AES Indiana is not bound to follow or achieve those goals and incentives?
AES Indiana is bound by the requirements of being a utility in the state of Indiana and must follow those rules and laws.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that answer be stricken and that we ask the question, or I can re-ask it, probably be more efficient for the court reporter. He did not answer my question.
You can re-ask your, just go ahead and if you want to rephrase your question or re-ask it, that's fine.
I'll give it a shot. Is it your testimony, Mr. Cooper, that AES Indiana is not bound to follow the corporate goals and incentives of AES Corporate?
In an instance where there is conflict between the requirements of being a regulated utility in the state of Indiana and an AES corporate goal, we will follow the requirements for the state of Indiana.
And to your knowledge, based on the permissions that AES Indiana is asking for in this case, is AES asking for a regulatory requirement that these gas steamers stay in use for 20 years?
Our request is silent to the how long they might run. As is always the case, we perform integrated resources planning, and there may be a point in time that the most economic and reliable solution for our customers would be to either extend the life of an existing asset or to replace it with something that has a better effect for our customers. To suggest that there is a specific timeline associated with the asset, we're not asking for that.
And just so I'm clear, AES doesn't have any concrete idea of how long these units will remain in service as we sit here today, correct?
As we sit here today, and as I explained, for the purposes of our study and our restudy, we expect those units to last through the study period of 20 years.
If the units you just mentioned a moment ago, from time to time conditions arise where you change your mind as AES and you decide that it's more prudent to change course for fuel source, so it is possible that you could decide not to keep these units in service for 20 years, correct?
You use the word changed our minds. If our objective analysis demonstrates that there's a better alternative for our customers, it is possible that they would cease operation earlier than the 20-year study that we performed.
Thank you. And when we think about that possibility and the impact that it has on ratepayers, isn't it true, Mr. Cooper, that if this commission approves this request from AES, the costs of these steamers will be passed along to ratepayers based on your expectation of a 20-year life?
If you're suggesting that the cost of repowering will be passed along to customers, that is the subject of this cause.
And your answer is yes, then?
Can you restate your question just so I can make sure?
Your Honor, may I have the court reporter read back the question, please?
Sure, Linda, can you read that back?
So I want to be clear. What I said was that we studied a 20-year planning period, and the expectation is that they would operate through that period. The expectation is, yes, that customers through this cause would pay for the cost of the conversion.
Thank you. And AES's proposal in this case, as it relates to how much ratepayers will pay, is based on depreciating those steamers over 20 years. Is that right?
The PVRR analysis depreciated the cost of the repowering, not the underlying assets, but the repowering, to be 20 years.
And if these steamers don't last for 20 years, just as the Petersburg Units 3 and 4 haven't lasted their entire predicted useful life on coal, what generally happens is that then the cost that hasn't been paid gets recovered still by AES as a regulatory asset. Is that correct?
I believe witness Biggleball made very clear that the repowered units, that the discussion that occurred regarding the undepreciated book value, that nearly all of that equipment is going to be used in the repowered gas units. I think it's a poor example because in this case, that plant is going to, those units and the equipment of those units, absent the coal handling equipment, will continue to be used.
I appreciate that perspective. If these gas steamers are no longer used in 10 years from now, the ratepayers will still pay for the full cost that AES is incurring for those steamers, correct?
For that scenario to happen, it would require that there be something else that in total was more economic for customers than keeping those units on natural gas. And so I suppose in that regard, the answer is yes.
Thank you. And have you done, not you, has AES done any analysis for the payback period of these gas steamer units other than a 20-year depreciation period?
in the context of our IRP modeling and our updated IRP modeling, we studied the 20-year period.
Thank you. Mr. Cooper, could we please turn to page 15 of your rebuttal? And I direct you, sir, to line 29. There's a sentence that begins at the end of line 29 that says, the project is lower cost, and then it goes on to page 16, and cleaner with less future environmental risk than continuing to operate the units on coal. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you admit that there is an environmental risk with the repowering due to the regulatory uncertainty that we're living in?
To suggest that the regulatory circumstance is ever absolutely static is not true. But as a far cleaner fuel with far less emissions than a coal plant, natural gas is inherently less risky than continuing to operate those units on coal.
So is it your position there's no risk?
I didn't say that there's no risk.
Thank you. Has AES preserved the optionality to modify the EPC contracts for these gas steamers to align with environmental regulation changes like it did for Harding Street 7 conversion?
I don't understand what's meant by the question.
Sure. There's an EPC, engineering procurement construction contract for these two steamers, correct?
Yes.
And in that contract, there are spelled out terms and conditions for what the EPC contractor will and will not do, correct?
To my knowledge, yes. I'm not the witness representing the EPC contract.
Do you know whether or not that contract preserves the ability for AES to modify the contract if the environmental regulations change in a manner that impacts the decision to move forward on repowering Petersburg 3 and 4?
I don't know specifically. As I said, I'm not the witness representing that. That was witness Biggleball. But I would say that any two parties can agree contractually to anything. And so to the extent it's included or not, I think the possibility always exists that we could make changes if required.
You just to clarify, you think you could make changes if required because that is in the contract, or why do you think that you could make changes?
As I said before, two parties to a contract can always agree to amend it. I do not know if there are specific language in it that anticipates that change of rules that you suggest.
Thank you. Could I have one more moment, please?
Sure, let's go off the record.
I'm ready to go back on the record, Your Honor.
Let's go back on the record.
I have nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
OUCC,
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Peabody.
Just one moment, Your Honor. I'm ready, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Mr. Cooper, you were asked some questions about the difference between the coal and gas inputs in the IRP. Do you recall that discussion?
I do.
You had mentioned there was a deterministic analysis. Can you explain why you might use different assumptions for coal and gas in the IRP analysis?
Yeah, there are a couple of reasons. One, when the original 2022 IRP analysis was performed, there was not a lower gas curve than coal curve than the one that we utilized. Gas, as folks know, is somewhat more elastic in its pricing, and there were multiple fundamental curves provided to us by our expert provider of those, and we used those.
And is the company, for purposes of this proceeding, relying solely on the coal assumptions that were used in the 2022 IRP analysis?
As I explained, we also performed stochastic analysis, which varied the commodity prices, all of the commodity prices. And as I think witness Biggleball referenced, in 98 out of 100 draws, the natural gas conversion performed better than the units remaining on coal. Additionally, we updated those prices for the 2024 IRP update that was included with the CPCN filing.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
And we have no questions, so you are excused, Mr. Cooper. Thank you. Let's go off the record. So we have witness Collier next. Is that correct? Okay. All right. I think once we get set up, I think we'll just go ahead and continue on without a break for now.
Your Honor, while we're off the record,
Sure.
Just a quick reminder, we didn't do Ms. Medine's admission of evidence, so she
Yes.
does have to leave for the airport like 3:34-ish.
Why don't we do that first then? Let's go ahead and do that, if that's okay with everyone. Yeah, let's, I was thinking, I had that in the back of my mind. If she has to leave in a not terribly long from now, let's go ahead and do that first.
Your Honor.
Sure.
Take a pen. Emily, take a pen.
Sabotage.
Let's go back on the record. Ms. Schultz.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Medine, please state your name for the record.
Emily Medine.
Do you have in front of you what's been marked for identification purposes as interveners Exhibit 1?
Yes.
Could you identify the document?
It's my verified pre-file testimony provided on June 5th.
Thank you.
Oh, sure. Sorry. And I mumble. Okay, there we go. It's my verified pre-file testimony of Emily S. Medine on behalf of Intervenor Reliable Energy dated June 5th, 2024.
Thank you. Ms. Medine, do you have a correction to your testimony that appears on page 11, line 4?
Yes.
Could you please identify your correction?
My correction is to change the word from highest to lowest.
Okay. Could you please strike through on that official copy the word highest, write in the word lowest, and initial beside the change? Ms. Medine, with that change, if I were to ask you the questions herein, would your answers be the same today?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we'll offer into evidence Intervenors Exhibit 1.
I have a quick question. Was that a highlighter that you were using?
No.
Yes.
Okay, do you need a real pen?
Do I?
Yeah, I was gonna say, why don't we do that in pen so we can actually copy it? Sorry, I just wanted to, I was like, wait a minute, hold on. No, you're fine. I just want to make sure we can actually make a copy of it and scan it, and it's gonna show up. Any objection from petitioner
No objections, Your Honor.
or from the OUCC?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, hearing no objection, interveners exhibit, this is Exhibit 1, right?
Correct.
Exhibit 1 is now admitted into the record of this cause.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And no one has any cross-examination, correct? Petitioner, OUCC. Okay, we also have no questions, so you're excused. Thank you. Let's go off the record. And were you, Ms. Collier, were you here when we swore in the witnesses?
Yes, I was.
Awesome. Okay. Everybody ready? All right. Let's go back on the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Collier, would you please state your full name and business address for the record?
Angelique Collier, 1 Monument Circle, Indianapolis, Indiana.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
AES U.S. Services as the Director of Global Environmental Affairs.
We've already offered your pre-filed direct and rebuttal into the record in this cause. Do you adopt that testimony as your sworn testimony?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Is Ms. Wheeler? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hello, Ms. Collier.
Hello.
So, in your rebuttal testimony, you talk about the Good Neighbor Rule, or GNR, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you state in your rebuttal testimony that the Good Neighbor Rule has been stayed in some states, but not in Indiana, right?
My rebuttal states that it had not been stayed in Indiana as of the date of the pre-filed rebuttal testimony. However, in revisions, subsequently, my rebuttal on page 3, lines 19 to 20, state that the Supreme Court issued an order granting a stay of the Good Neighbor Plan pending resolution of legal challenges.
So, just so we're clear, we both agree that it's now stayed in Indiana, the GNR.
Yes.
Okay. My next question is about the Good Neighbor Plan, which is about cross-state air pollution, right? Just in a big picture.
Yes, the Good Neighbor Plan is a revision to the cross-state air pollution rule.
Do you know if AES has done any analysis showing Petersburg's contribution to downwind receptors?
I'm not aware of any such analysis. Rather, AES Indiana evaluates the compliance requirements as established by EPA's own analysis of potential downwind contributions.
So, fair enough. Is there also a state plan involvement, not just EPA, but an IDEM state plan involvement for compliance?
Yes, there is.
And there is not presently an IDEM plan, correct?
To my knowledge, there is not an IDEM state plan in effect for the Good Neighbor Plan, which has been stayed by the Supreme Court.
Right. So if that rule stands, isn't it true that it's a pretty high bar for Petersburg to be declared a significant contributor to downwind receptors?
I haven't conducted that analysis. EPA conducts the analysis to determine downwind contributions. In any case, the Good Neighbor Plan was not the driver for this project.
Well, but didn't you also, well, you kind of say both things, because didn't you say on one hand it's not the driver, and on the other hand, you didn't think the Good Neighbor Plan would have a material effect on Petersburg?
My testimony states that the repowering of units 3 and 4 would significantly reduce emissions of NOx, which would facilitate compliance with CSAPR. And that is the case with or without the revisions associated with the Good Neighbor Plan.
But if the Good Neighbor Plan has stayed, why are you considering that a factor? What is there to comply with?
The Good Neighbor Plan was a revision to the existing cross-state air pollution rule. Prior to the Supreme Court stay of the Good Neighbor Plan, the rule had already been stayed in a number of other states, and in those cases, EPA took a subsequent action of a rulemaking to place those states back into the prior program of CSAPR. So the underlying requirements of CSAPR remain, even absent those most recent revisions to the rule that we're calling the Good Neighbor Plan.
So if you just testified that you've done no analysis, how can you say that it won't have a material effect?
I believe I said I have done no analysis related to the downwind contribution of units 3 and 4 to other states. That analysis is conducted by EPA, which is how they establish their regulations for CSAPR.
But again, for CSAPR, has there been any determination that Petersburg is a significant contributor?
Yes, Petersburg is regulated by CSAPR, which means that EPA has determined that Petersburg, based on EPA's analysis, contributes to downwind air pollution, affecting downwind states' ability to meet the national ambient air quality standards, because EPA is regulating Petersburg under CSAPR.
And is Petersburg in compliance with CSAPR right now?
Yes.
So what else? There's nothing else to do to Petersburg to comply, right?
I would refer to my direct testimony at page 9, QA 20, where I state that Petersburg has complied with CSAPR through its operations, purchase of allowances, and use of emissions controls.
And repowering the units has nothing to do with the fact that the units are currently in compliance with CSAPR, right?
As I stated previously, CSAPR was not the driver for this project, and this project does, though, facilitate compliance with CSAPR. However, CSAPR was never the driver for the project. The IRP analysis was the driver for the project.
I just want to make sure I'm 100% clear. You're saying that repowering units 3 and 4 facilitates compliance with CSAPR, but units 3 and 4 are already compliant with CSAPR. Is that right?
Repowering reduces emissions of NOx, meaning that Petersburg will be required to purchase fewer allowances of NOx. In that regard, repowering facilitates compliance with CSAPR.
So you're taking off the table those compliance purchases credits, right? In that statement, you're saying those are costs that would be avoided under the repowering?
I said that we would be required to purchase fewer allowances
Right.
upon repowering.
So you're considering that a savings?
I am not testifying to any cost analysis in my testimony. I'm simply stating the measures required for compliance with CASPR.
Okay. So can we agree that whatever expenditures that AES Indiana incurred to get Petersburg 3 and 4 into compliance as it stands today will be borne by ratepayers, regardless of whether the plant is converted?
I am not testifying to rate recovery in my testimony. That question would be better directed to witness Rogers.
Do you know if Petersburg Unit 4 has an SCR?
I know that Petersburg Unit 4 does not have an SCR.
Oh, sorry. Does 3 have an SCR?
Yes.
So there aren't any additional costs with Unit 3, right? Because it has an SCR on it right now.
Regardless of whether a unit has an SCR, it still has to comply with CASPR. It still has to hold in its account the number of allowances to cover its emissions for the regulated season for the particular pollutant.
Sure, but the SCR is a very good way of getting compliance, right?
The SCR reduces NOx emissions.
Which helps get the unit into compliance, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. So in your testimony, do you cover the applicable emissions guidelines for various coal sources of greenhouse gases?
I'm sorry, I didn't follow the question.
No, it was a bad question. I'm sorry. Don't you include in your testimony a statement about the applicable emissions guidelines for various types of coal sources?
My testimony covers environmental regulations potentially affecting units 3 and 4.
Right. So are you aware of any conversations that AES has had with IDEM or EPA about continued operation of units 3 and 4 on coal?
I'm aware of our submittal of our air permit application for natural gas conversion to IDEM.
But has anyone at AES talked to IDEM about whether there are any restrictions on continuing to operate the coal units past 2026?
No, we have not discussed the status quo with IDEM.
Are you aware of anything that would prohibit you, AES Indiana, from operating units 3 and 4 as coal units past 2026?
I'm not aware of any environmental regulation that would prohibit AES from operating the units on coal past 2026, but environmental regulations are not the only factor or consideration related to this project.
Certainly ESG was a factor, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Your Honor, I'll stand on the question.
You can answer the question. It's overruled.
To my knowledge, ESG was not a consideration in the project outside of the 5 pillars and the IRP analysis.
I want to talk to you for a moment about the ozone transport rule. Are you familiar with that rule?
Can you be more specific?
Well, I don't have a citation, but generally speaking, are you familiar with EPA's rules on ozone compliance?
Yes, when you say ozone transport, I assume you're referring back to the cross-state air pollution rule, which is related to the transport of ozone to downwind states' ability to achieve the National Ambient Air Quality Standards.
Right, and the National Ambient Air Quality Standards, or NAAQS, have several different standards, correct, related to various pollutants. That's what we're talking about.
Yes, different pollutants have different applicable standards as determined by EPA under the National Ambient Air Quality Standards.
Yes, and so my question is, are you aware that for the ozone transport rule, as we've just defined it, there's an entire, the entire rulemaking timeline shifted backwards, making it possible for coal plants to operate for additional years?
I'm not sure what rule you're referencing, which we're calling the ozone transport rule. Is that a rule other than CSAPR?
Well, I think you just defined what you thought the rule was, which was the downstate NAAQS compliance, right?
Compliance with National Ambient Air Quality Standards is not a requirement that falls on facilities like power plants. The National Ambient Air Quality Standards are established so that states can develop regulations to determine additional requirements for facilities in their state or counties, such that the county can come into attainment with the National Ambient Air Quality Standard. Petersburg is located in Pike County, which is currently attainment for National Ambient Air Quality Standards.
I just want to make sure that you and I are level set. When I'm using the term ozone transport rule, I'm really talking about the good neighbor rule. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so are you aware that the good neighbor rule making timeline at EPA shifted backwards and created additional years for the operation of coal plants in the United States?
No, I'm aware of the Good Neighbor Plan, which we have discussed, which has been stayed currently by the Supreme Court. And as I stated before, the cross-state air pollution rule is still in effect, absent those revisions that were made by the Good Neighbor Plan.
Let me put it this way. Have you seen, after various EPA environmental rules get appealed, various outcomes that are different than what was set forth in the original final rule?
Yes, we as an industry have seen environmental regulations change as a result of litigation and other factors, and that is why uncertainty is taken into account in the IRP analysis.
Have you seen the impact of an EPA rule get delayed or eliminated?
Objection, vague and ambiguous. No understanding as to have you seen the impact.
I'm sorry, I'll rephrase, Your Honor. Ms. Collier, have you seen the enforcement of an EPA rule get delayed or eliminated after an appeal?
Yes, I have. And again, the Good Neighbor Plan was not the driver for this project, and the IRP analysis takes into consideration uncertainty.
So when it comes to greenhouse gases, we're shifting to greenhouse gases now for a moment. We agree that, as you've said previously, that the greenhouse gas rule is not in effect right now, right?
Yes.
And are you familiar with how the IRP treated the greenhouse gas rule?
Yes, generally.
Did the IRP include a price for carbon?
Witness Miller covers the IRP, but my understanding is that the 2022 IRP included a cost for carbon.
But there's no carbon market in the United States, right?
The carbon price was included as a proxy given the uncertainty around environmental regulations, in particular greenhouse gas environmental regulations.
So how can you say in your testimony with confidence that the greenhouse gas rule won't have any impact now or in the future, given the uncertainty that you just stated?
I don't believe I have testified that the greenhouse gas rule won't have any impact now or in the future.
Will the greenhouse gas rule have an impact on Petersburg units 3 and 4?
Currently, the final rule, as issued by EPA in May of this year, would establish routine operation and maintenance as the best system of emission reductions for existing natural gas-fired units, which would be units 3 and 4 upon conversion to natural gas. So the final rule issued by EPA in May of this year would not have an impact on units 3 and 4 as repowered to natural gas. If the units were to remain on coal, they would be impacted by the final rule as described in my testimony.
So why would they be impacted as coal under the final rule if the final rule is also stayed?
The final greenhouse gas rule is not currently stayed. The Good Neighbor Plan, which we discussed earlier, is currently stayed.
So based on our discussion, Could there be, in your experience, future greenhouse gas rules that could affect Petersburg 3 and 4 as a gas unit?
Objection calls for speculation.
Your Honor, she's talked a lot about what future environmental regulations might do. I think it's on the table.
I'll overrule the objection. You can answer.
I can't speculate as to what a future regulation might require, but it is possible that there could be different future greenhouse gas regulations, and the IRP analysis accounts for that type of uncertainty.
How many years have you worked for AES?
16.
In those 16 years before the greenhouse gas rule went into effect, have you ever seen the EPA attempt to eliminate an entire fuel source in the power industry via regulation?
No.
Would you agree with me that whoever is elected president in November likely will have a large influence on the trajectory of future environmental regulations?
I can't speculate as to the potential impact of the upcoming election. What I can say is that the IRP analysis takes into account uncertainty, and these environmental regulations were not the driver for this project. The IRP analysis was the driver for the project.
I don't think you answered my question, ma'am. My question really was trying to get to whether or not the IRP really ever considered that greenhouse gases, whether they come from coal or whether they come from natural gas, would be outlawed in the United States. To your knowledge, did the company consider that?
If I understand your question, you're asking if the company considered that natural gas could be outlawed in the United States.
As
and
a greenhouse gas, yes.
Whether we conducted that analysis would be a question for witness Miller. I do believe that we considered potential regulations on natural gas, but witness Miller would be the appropriate witness to discuss the details of that analysis.
Thank you. Could we agree that based on our experiences with President Trump from 2016 to 2020, that his general environmental philosophy is to roll back environmental restrictions on businesses?
I can agree directionally that we saw environmental regulations become less stringent under that administration.
Can we agree that from the public statements of Vice President Kamala Harris, that her approach to environmental regulation would likely be the opposite?
I can't speculate as to what the environmental regulations would look like under a future administration. What I can say is that the IRP analysis looked at a range of scenarios, including no environmental to aggressive environmental, because this type of uncertainty has long existed and will likely exist long into the future.
Let me just jump in here for a second. We were planning to take a break at 2:15, but I just wanted to check in and see how much more you think you have.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
All right, let's go off the record.
Your Honor, we'll be done by 15 after.
Okay, let's go back on the record.
Thank you. Ms. Collier, are you testifying that the Unit 3 SCR that we talked about earlier, that those SCR reductions are not sufficient to comply with the base CASPER rule?
Compliance with CASPER is not based on operation of a control device. It's based on holding the number of allowances in your account for the tons of emissions that you had over a particular compliance period.
And with the SCR on Unit 3, are they over is the unit over those emission limitations?
They're not emission limitations. You simply have to cover your emissions with the number of allowances required.
But that is as a whole. My question, right, that's as a whole. More than just Unit 3, in other words.
Yes, that's true.
So my question is not about all of the generation units. My question is about Unit 3. Is Unit 3's current SCR compliant with the existing, what I'll call the base CASPER rule, if the new rule never comes into effect?
I have not looked at Unit 3 standalone allowances compared to annual emissions year over year. It would likely depend on how much the unit operated during the course of that year to determine the NOx emissions and whether or not additional allowances would be required to be purchased. I have not conducted that analysis.
So you didn't analyze the impact of the rules on just the 2 units we're talking about. You're speaking generally in your testimony?
My testimony states that conversion of the units from coal to natural gas reduces NOx emissions, thereby facilitating compliance with CASPER. And that is true, with or without the SCR on Unit 3.
It facilitates compliance with CASPER based on the rest of your fleet, correct? Because we've already established, as you've said, that 3 and 4 are already in compliance.
I'm not following the question. As I've stated, the requirement for CASPER is not whether you operate a control. It's simply holding the number of allowances in your account equal to your emissions over a season. As I've stated, I have not personally conducted a review of Unit 3's allocations compared to emissions to determine whether purchases of allowances on the market have been required for Unit 3 year over year.
Do you know if AES justified the cost of the Unit 3 SCR based on based on reduced allowance purchases?
Can you repeat that question, please?
Yeah, have you seen any analysis at AES justifying the cost of the SCR on Unit 3 based on reduced allowance purchases?
I don't recall seeing that. The SCR installation occurred many years ago, so if such an analysis had been completed, it would have been at the time of the SCR installation, I suppose. I've not seen that analysis.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Do you have, I'm sorry, the OUCC have anything?
No questions, Your Honor.
Do you have any redirect?
No, Your Honor, no redirect.
All right, and we have no questions, so you are excused, Ms. Collier. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we will go ahead and take a 15-minute break, come back a little bit around 2:30, and we'll be off the record. Thank you. Let's go back on the record. I guess Ms. Nyhart. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Miller's already taken the stand. Mr. Miller, would you please state your full name and business address for the record, please?
Eric Miller, 1 Monument Circle, Indianapolis, Indiana.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity, please?
AES US Services, I'm the Director of Resource Planning.
We've already admitted your direct and rebuttal testimony with your attachments in the record. Are they on the witness stand?
Yes,
And you adopt the testimony set forth therein as your sworn testimony in this cause?
I do.
Thank you, Your Honors. The witness is available for cross-examination.
Ms. Schultz.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Miller.
Good afternoon.
First, I want to just talk through your submission and reference in your testimony to the 2024 IRP update, just a general discussion to level set. It is my understanding for the record that generally what happens is AES and other utilities are on a timed cadence to submit integrated resource plans, IRPs. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And AES's last planned IRP on the normal cadence was called the 2022 IRP. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And when we do those, or when utilities do those IRPs, the process for that is that those get submitted to the Commission's Director of Resource and Planning, correct?
They get filed with the Commission, yes.
And there is a stakeholder process, is that correct?
That is correct.
In the stakeholder process, it's open to anyone who wants to submit comments to AES and/or the Director of the Resource Planning Division, correct?
Yes.
And after the comments come in, AES typically will do some kind of responsive comment. Is that correct?
Yes, in the formal comments that are submitted with the Commission by stakeholders, AES responds to those comments.
Okay.
That is correct.
Thank you. And then the next thing that happens in the process is we typically see what's called the draft director's report. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then after the draft director's report comes out, then you will typically see comments of stakeholders on the draft director's report. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Okay. And then eventually, after those comments happen, then you have the final director's report on that IRP. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Did I miss anything in the normal process?
You did.
Okay, what did I miss?
After the director issues a draft report, we submit comments to the director's comments.
Okay.
So there is a step in there that you missed.
Thank you. Anything else I missed?
Not that I can think of.
Okay, thank you. So now when we think about the 2022 IRP, am I correct that all of the steps we just discussed, those have all happened as it relates to the 2022 IRP?
Yes, we are still waiting on a final director's report.
Okay, thank you. And then in your testimony in this case, there's a segment where you mention and call it a 2024 IRP update. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Has that 2024 IRP update been submitted to or filed with the Commission?
It has. For the purposes of the CPCN, it is filed with the Commission.
Yeah, thank you. That was a good catch. So when you say it's been filed, it was filed as part of the case or the testimony in this case, 46022, correct?
That's correct.
I should have been more artful in my question. The 2024 IRP update has not been submitted in the same manner that you would have submitted the 2022 IRP to the director. Is that correct?
Per the Per the IURC rules for IRPs, we can submit a update to our IRP when we have changes that happen that need to be updated, and this would be a purpose for that. We update the IRP for the purpose of the conversion and submit that as part of the CPCN.
But it's not, for example, on the website, if a person wasn't involved in this case and wanted to find what you are calling the 2024 IRP update, the only place they can find it publicly is in cause number 46022, correct?
Yes, this is a public filing. They could find it there.
Okay. And when we talked about the process for IRPs, the traditional cadence and steps, there has not been any stakeholder comments held or submitted on the 2024 IRP update. Is that correct?
Only what's come through this case. The public is welcome to comment on the IRP through this filing.
Thank you. And am I correct that the 2024 IRP update that's included in this proceeding, it updates portions of the 2022 IRP, but it is not a complete rerun of the 2022 IRP?
That is correct. We update the relevant portions for this CPCN.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Miller, you were in this hearing room a few moments ago when witness Collier was on the stand, correct?
I was.
Do you recall hearing her deferring to you a question about whether the IRP considers the complete outlawing in the United States of using coal or natural gas?
Complete outlawing of using coal or natural gas, was that your statement?
Yes.
I recall the line of questioning. Yeah.
Thank you. And if I were to ask that question to you, and again, I'll restate it, does the 2022 IRP or the 2024 IRP update run a scenario that includes the complete outlawing of the use of coal or natural gas in the United States?
When you say complete outlawing of coal or natural gas, you mean through very stringent greenhouse gas rules? How do you mean?
I really just mean that it's not any longer lawful to use a generation resource that is powered by either coal or natural gas, in whatever form that might take.
That's not an analysis that we run because it would be a extreme bookend. We run bookends in the IRP that look at no environmental regulations all the way to very stringent environmental regulations. And we looked at one in the 2022 IRP that was actually a decarbonized economy scenario that looked at mandating clean energy. But none of the analyses that we look at outlawing coal or natural gas.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, you were present during Mr. Cooper's cross-examination about coal pricing, correct?
I was.
Okay. When we look, if I could turn you to your rebuttal testimony, let's start at page 24.
And you said rebuttal.
Yes,
right?
please.
I'm there.
Let's look for, starting at line 15. And you see that is a question and answer about the actual data for the first 3 months of 2024. This is your response to that segment of Ms. Medine's testimony.
Yes, I see that.
Are you familiar with the coal inputs that were put into the IRP model for the overall project cost?
Are you asking, am I familiar with the coal inputs that were included in the model to determine the dispatch and the cost of running the units and the energy revenues associated with it? I'm not understanding the question.
That's because it was a terrible question. Sorry, let me try it again.
Okay.
When we look at this proposed Petersburg conversion 3 and 4, and we look at the scenarios that were run to determine what would the cost be between repowering versus keeping the coal online. One of the inputs that AES had to look at if it was to keep the coal units online was the coal prices, correct?
The coal prices were an input to the model, yes.
Thanks. And so when you run that analysis, would you agree with me that if the coal prices are high, that's going to affect the output of the calculation as to how much it costs to continue on coal? And conversely, if the coal prices are low, it impacts the cost of continuing to run on coal.
I would not agree with that necessarily. I'd like to refer you to another place in my testimony, if I may.
Sure.
Can you turn to page 40, figure 7?
Are you
my
in-
rebuttal testimony?
Okay. Sure.
Let me know when you're there.
I'm here, but actually, let me just re-ask a question.
So I understand your question. Your
Okay.
question is if the coal prices are higher, does that not favor coal? If they're lower, do the coal prices matter?
Correct. Thank you.
So what ultimately matters in the analysis is what's called the dark spread, and that's the difference between the power price and the coal price. And what figure 7 shows is that you have the coal prices are in the dotted lines below, and so we had on a per MMBTU basis, we had a lower coal price than natural gas in both the 2022 IRP and the 2024 IRP update. And what happens here is the difference between the coal price and the power price determine whether the units are in the money or not
Understood.
versus the cost of running the units. And what you see is that in the 2024 IRP update, we saw the coal price come back down, the gas price come back down and come closer to the coal. So I guess my point is that it's not necessarily coal price alone that determines whether the units are cost effective. It's the dark spread. You have to have the full picture and look at the power price as well.
Thank you for that. When you, as AES, are deciding whether it's more economic to repower these units versus continuing to let them run, the coal prices have to be a critical input because that's the fuel source, right, of letting the units continue in service.
It's a factor in the analysis, yes.
Okay. If the coal price that's used in the analysis is too high, it's going to skew the results.
There's a correlation between coal and gas. So if coal prices go high, then gas prices in turn go high in the analysis. For example, in the stochastic analysis, we assumed a 70% correlation between coal and gas. So as gas prices increased, or as coal prices increased, so did gas. So they move together. And so it's not necessarily the case that just because the coal prices have gone up, that it's going to favor coal.
Your Honor, may I please go off the record and approach the witness?
Sure, let's go off the record. something, but, okay, okay. So as long as you're not going to be asking, do we think we need to go in camera, or what do we think? Okay. Okay. Sure. Okay, okay. That's fine. And I guess if you hear something that makes you think we need to go in camera, just jump in.
And then, at the risk of having one more marked, but hopefully to save time, we're going to mark CX 14C. These are all 14C.
And you've got 14, thank you. You have it. Oh, sorry, Linda, you're still doing it. You are. Okay, let's go back on the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Miller, you have in front of you what's first been marked for identification as Intervenor Cross-Examination Exhibit 13C. Do you have that?
I do.
And that is, just by way of identification, AES's response to data request REI 3-10 with an attachment that is confidential, correct?
That's correct.
And then turning your attention to what's been marked for identification as Exhibit 14C. That is a confidential exhibit, which is marked as AES Indiana Witness EKM Confidential Work Paper 4. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I believe counsel has stipulated to the admissibility of both of these, so at this time we'll offer them into the record.
Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. I would clarify that the work paper is already in the record, but I could certainly understand how having this additional document marked would facilitate discussion.
Sure. Any objection from the OUCC?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, hearing no objection, interveners cross exhibits 13C and 14C are now admitted into the record of this cause.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Miller, I'm going to attempt to ask you a few questions so that we remain in the public portion of the record, but if at any moment your response elicits something where you need to refer to something on the green paper, please indicate and we will clear the room of people who have not signed the non-disclosure agreement.
Sounds good.
Thank you. So, cross-examination exhibit 13C is the data response, and the attachment to that is the results of 5 bids that AES received, correct? For coal.
Your Honor, maybe just, I'm so sorry to interrupt. Can we just wait a second? We can't find our CX-13 copy of it. I have
Sorry, you
14.
can't find what?
Let's go off the record for a
I'm
second.
so
Yeah.
sorry, apologize. Get CX-13, it was the, she showed it to me. She showed it to me, and we talked about the attachment, but we didn't get a copy. Thank you, Jason. All right. Okay, all right.
Let's go back on the record.
Mr. Miller, I don't think you answered, and forgive me if you did. Am I correct that the confidential attachment to what's marked as cross-examination 13C, those are 5 bids that AES received for 2025 delivery of coal? Is that correct?
Yes.
And in the far right-hand column, those are just prices for the delivered. It says the heading is delivered $ per MMBTU, correct?
That's delivered with transportation included.
Okay. And then there are dollar values below that, correct?
I'm sorry, there are dollar values where?
Just that column has a delivered value for each one of the 5 bids.
Yes, that's
Okay. And then if we,
It is.
no problem. And then if we go to what's marked as Exhibit 14C, which is your confidential work paper 4, this is prices that were put into the IRP update for coal. Let me stop there. Is that correct?
This has both the IRP 2022 IRP and the IRP update prices in it. The column on the right that says update are the prices that were included in the 2024 update. Yes.
Great. Wonderful. Thank you. And so if we just do a comparison and we look first at the bids that are in cross-examination Exhibit 13C, could you agree with me that in the IRP update, we're going to look at the months starting January 1 of 25 through December 1 of 25. We're not going to reveal the dollar amount, but would you agree with me that in the IRP update, those months use all the same dollar value?
Yes, January through December of 2025 use the same per MMBTU value.
Thank you. When we compare the actual dollar value there to the bid prices that are reflected in cross-examination 13C, again, without revealing the numbers, you would agree with me that at least 2 of the bids are lower than what was put into the IRP. Is that correct?
What was put into the IRP 2024 IRP update were actual contracted amounts, not from this exhibit, actual contracted amounts that we contracted for.
I understand that wasn't my question. Should I re-ask my question?
I understand your question, and yes, there are two amounts that are lower.
Okay. And again, without revealing the numbers, if a person wanted to understand the dollar magnitude of using, let's just use the lowest number versus the number that was used, how do we figure out the order of magnitude that what would the calculation be to figure out how much money the amount that was in the IRP, what was the ultimate value versus the lowest bid amount? What's the mathematical calculation?
I don't have a back of the envelope calculation to make that estimate.
Is there are there inputs that you would use? I'm not asking you to perform the math, but what would be the steps you would go through to figure that out?
We would have to update the pricing forecast that we currently have in the model, and then run the dispatch within the model to determine the outcome.
Isn't it true that you could, to figure out the dollar magnitude of using one number versus the other, could you not just multiply the difference times an amount to convert it to the MMBTU per ton, and then multiply that by the number of tons that you would use?
Not necessarily, because your dispatch would potentially change because you've changed the economics within the model. And when you change the economics within the model, it's going to dispatch the units differently, and they could use a different amount of tonnage.
And so if it's a lower price, it would dispatch more, correct?
Depends on if the power prices change.
Mr. Miller, let's turn to, I'm now in your direct testimony. And let's turn to page 34.
I'm there.
One moment. In this passage of your testimony, I want to talk about the type of fuel source that AES has chosen. You were here earlier today for the testimony of Mr. Cooper, where we talked about steamers. Were you here?
Yes, when you're referring to steamers, are you referring to repowered gas steamers?
Correct. Okay. And for clarity, that is the type of technology AES intends to use in this repowering project. Is that correct?
We anticipate repowering our coal-fired units and using much of the same equipment that's already existing. Yes, and they would be steam combustion turbine units fired with natural gas.
Okay.
Yes.
Those are colloquially referred to in the industry as steamers?
Could be.
Okay. And you're planning to use those steamers that you're replacing or that you're converting as base load capacity, not as peaking capacity?
We're going to utilize those units however they're dispatched within the model. So depending on the economics within the model, that's how we will use the units.
When you originally built Petersburg Coal 3 and 4, what was their primary use, as base load or something else?
Petersburg units 3 and 4 are primarily used as base load units because they have a high startup cost. And currently in our situation, coal a lot of times is not in the money. And because coal has a high startup cost, we have to run those units for extended periods of time when they're uneconomic. But yes, they would be considered baseload units, historically speaking.
But you're saying that these new steamers aren't necessarily going to be baseload units. It will depend on the market. Is that what you're saying?
No, because they're much more flexible than coal units. And they have a lower startup cost, and they fit well in an environment with more intermittent renewable resources, which is what we're facing in the future.
I'd like to talk about capacity factors on page 35 of your direct. If you could go there, there's a figure 13 I'd like you to look at.
Okay, I'm there.
If I'm reading this, I'm looking at this figure. If I'm reading it properly, we start on the left at 2023 and through 2027, I'm guessing. This is still those Petersburg 3 and 4 units on coal. Is that right?
Yes, they convert in this particular figure in 2026. Yeah.
Okay. And then around, in 2027, the capacity factor for the repowered units goes down to about, or is, I shouldn't say goes down, but is around 20%. Is that right?
That's about right.
Okay. Then if we follow it, it declines between, if we follow the trend 28 through 30, the capacity factor declines, correct?
Yes.
And then if we look beyond 2032 and beyond, it declines even more. Is that right?
Consistent with what the coal is doing, yes, both are declining. Yes.
And it's difficult to say, but I mean, is it correct to say that between 2032 and beyond, the capacity factor for the repowered units is maybe below 5%?
It's hard to tell from the chart, but that could be the case.
Okay. Would you agree with me that steamers have had capacity factors as low as 8.5% historically across the nation? That's not an outlier.
I don't have that data. I can't comment on that.
Okay. Could I approach, Your Honor?
Sure, let's go off the record.
And this is CX-15, if you want to give it to Terry and Jeff, too, please.
You ready, Linda? All right, we can go back on the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Miller, do you have in front of you what's been marked as an intervener's cross-examination exhibit CX-15?
I do.
Can you identify this?
It looks like it's the EIA's capacity factors for utility scale generators, primarily using fossil fuels.
Okay. Have you ever seen this before?
I have not seen this document, no.
Okay. Is EIA a division of the United States Department of Energy?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And I had just asked you a moment ago about the capacity factor for steamers and whether it was conceivable that the capacity factor could be at as low as 8.5%. If you look over that document, does that help you determine whether that would be accurate or not?
Can you repeat the percentage that you quoted?
8.5%.
It looks like, generally speaking, the steam turbines are over that amount, but yeah.
Do you see an entry in March of 2022 where it was at that level?
I do.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd offer into evidence what's been marked as CX-15.
Sure.
No objection.
OUCC.
No objection.
Hearing no objection, interveners cross exhibit 15 is now admitted into the record of this cause.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, are you aware that the EPA has modeled the capacity factors for steamers and indicated that the number of natural gas steam units will have remained in operation since 2030, although it at reduced capacity factors?
I'm not aware of this.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, let's go off the record.
You know what, I'm going to skip this because I can put it in. I'm ready to go back on the record, Your Honor.
All right, let's go back on the record.
Mr. Miller, when we talk about capacity factors, what is the capacity factor giving an indication of when we're deciding how effective a generation source is?
So this goes back to the dispatch that I was talking about and the economics that are included in the modeling. And so depending on the efficiency of the unit, the heat rate of the units, or whatever it is that you're modeling against the market economics, they dispatch economically speaking. And so that determines how much the units are going to run, or the energy revenues generated by the units over whatever period you're looking at. So that's an important distinction. That's capacity factor. So that's the percentage of time annually that a unit runs versus capacity accreditation, which is the amount of megawatt capacity that the units are rated for via MISO for accreditation purposes and attributing to your capacity, fulfilling capacity in the PRA.
So when MISO gives an accreditation, it gives it for a fuel source, correct?
MISO's accreditation for thermal units, they use the same accreditation for all thermal units. Yes.
So are you saying that the
Capacity accreditation. Schedule 53 resources per MISO.
So are you saying the accreditation factor for coal is different than gas at MISO?
The accreditation is determined based on outage over seasons and whether the units are on outage or not. And then they look over the prior 3 seasons to determine the capacity accreditation that you get. And for all Schedule 53 resources, which include coal and gas, that's how they determine the accreditation.
And coal has a higher capacity factor than gas?
Well, I think you're going back and forth between capacity factor and capacity accreditation. These are 2 different things.
Sorry, you're right. Used the wrong word. Coal has a higher accreditation than gas.
Not necessarily, no.
Have you looked at MISO accreditation data?
Yes, we do that as part of the IRP process.
Would you agree with me that the difference in summertime for MISO's capacity accreditation between gas and coal is only 2%, with gas being at 90% and coal being at 92%?
The accreditation for units would determine on their historical performance. It's determined by their historical performance. So over the prior 3 years by season, whether those units were on outage or not. So it depends on how the units operate over 3 years.
When a unit's new and it doesn't have that prior 3-year history, then what?
Then you rely on what you're looking at. So there may be slight differences between coal and gas.
Okay. So you don't disagree with me that for a new unit, MISO accreditation, capacity accreditation for gas steamers for summer is 90%. For coal, it's 92% with a 2% difference.
I haven't seen that data. I don't recall that data. I'm not disagreeing with you.
Would you does it sound correct that in winter, so contrast with summer and winter, MISO would accredit a new gas steamer at 70 with a capacity accreditation of 79%, but a coal unit with 90%?
That doesn't sound correct.
You don't have those data points in your testimony, correct?
No.
So what did you model?
For the accreditation for coal and gas?
Yes.
I don't recall off the top of my head, but I do recall, I mean, coal and gas have similar capacity accreditation. And as I mentioned, this would be based on historic performance.
But not for a new unit, correct?
Not in the initial year.
Would you agree that Petersburg units 3 and 4 will have a lower capacity factor after repowering the units to be fueled with natural gas?
Just to confirm, we're moving to capacity factor now and not
Correct.
capacity accreditation.
Correct.
Based on the analysis that we've conducted, that is the case. However, market economics can change and it could always go the other way. It's not definite that that would be the case. What's important is capacity factor is one piece of the larger analysis that we performed in the IRP. So we looked in the IRP not just at capacity factor and the energy revenue from the units. We also looked at the reduction in fixed O&M that we'll see from repowering the units, which is in every case that we've performed is $650 million over the 20-year PVRR. Additionally, the units will have sustainability benefits, which include reduced CO2, half the CO2 tons per megawatt hour, and lower SO2 and NOx emissions. So the decision isn't being made based on capacity factor alone. It's a bigger picture decision.
When I asked you a few moments ago if you did an analysis based on the accreditation and you said, I think you said you didn't or you didn't recall, could you have done that?
We do look at accreditation in the analysis, capacity accreditation. Now you're flipping back and forth again.
I understand.
You're on accreditation?
Yes.
Okay.
Am I correct, though, that you said you didn't recall or you didn't know whether the accreditation?
I don't recall the numbers off the top of my head,
Okay.
but we do look at that.
Do you know if they're in your work papers?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you recall, let me rephrase this question. How will AES replace the lost energy and capacity from Petersburg 3 and 4 because of refueling to natural gas as compared to coal-fired units? And how will you account for the assumed cost to replace that lost energy and capacity post-refueling?
So the capacity is a 1-for-1 replacement. So when the capacity value that we get from MISO, it's going to be a 1-for-1 replacement. In fact, I think it may go up actually like 50 megawatts, repowering the units. So that doesn't change, essentially. The energy revenue or the energy value from that actually is shown, if we can flip to, let's see. The change in energy revenue is shown in figure 9 on page 29.
Okay.
So there you see the energy revenue associated with converting is $274 million, but that's not nearly enough to offset the $683 million in fixed O&M that we're saving from converting the units.
You testified a few moments ago about dispatching the units into the MISO market. And if the units are economic based on the energy, coal, and gas prices in the MISO market, then they will be dispatched for their energy, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
Sure. If the units are economic based on the energy, coal, and gas prices in the MISO market, then they will be dispatched for their energy, correct?
Depending on the unit and the heat rate and, some other factors.
But if they're economic, they're going to be dispatched.
If they're economic, they're going to be dispatched.
Right. And if not, AES will purchase energy in the market or generate energy from another resource. Is that right?
That's right.
You were in the room when we talked about Harding Street 7's conversion, were you not?
Yes.
What was the accredited capacity at Harding Street 7 before and after the conversion to natural gas?
You're asking about accredited capacity and not capacity factor, right?
Correct.
I don't have the numbers in front of me to say.
Did they go up or down, or do you know?
They more than likely stayed about the same. Capacity accreditation stayed about the same.
Mr. Miller, let's turn to page 37 of your direct.
I'm there.
Do you see it at line 12? You have a header there called consideration of alternatives.
Yes.
And in line 13, you recognize that there's a provision of the Indiana Code 8-1-8.5-4 that provides that in acting on a petition under the statute, the commission shall take into account the utility's other resource options. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And your job at AES includes deciding what is the right economic choice for resource planning for AES, correct?
That's correct. As part of the analysis, we do a capacity expansion analysis that looks at a wide range of resources, from intermittent resources, solar, wind, storage, to other thermal resources. We look at a wide range of resources in terms of making a decision.
For purposes of this proceeding, either in your 2022 IRP or in your 2024 update, were there any non-carbon emitting baseload sources that you did not consider?
Yes, we did not consider nuclear options, in particular small modular reactors, which are emerging technology that hasn't necessarily been demonstrated in the United States, so we did not include that.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, let's go off the record. You ready, Linda? Let's go back on the record.
Mr. Miller, you have in front of you what's been marked for identification as cross-examination Exhibit 16.
Yes.
Can you identify that document?
It's an article from the World Nuclear News. The title of the article is U.S. Study Examines Feasibility of Coal to Nuclear Conversion.
Okay. Have you ever seen this before?
No, I have not.
Do you generally, in your role, follow industry trends around emerging fuel sources?
We absolutely do. In fact, we've dedicated interns to do that research, yes.
Okay. So were you aware that there's a study happening commissioned by Michigan State, or University of Michigan, evaluating the potential for coal to nuclear energy? Have you heard about that?
I have not.
Okay. Have you heard that the Petersburg site was, by the study, identified as a top-ranked candidate among larger electric capacity sites for coal to nuclear conversion?
I have not heard that.
And you have interns that are tracking what's happening in the nuclear industry and the development of nuclear fuel?
Primarily focused on small modular reactor technology.
And it's your testimony, you weren't aware of this study?
I was not aware of this study.
Are you aware that the Indiana Office of Energy Development has commissioned a study by Purdue University to explore the use of nuclear power to fulfill Indiana's energy needs?
Somewhat. I've heard of the study.
Are you aware that that study has issued an interim report?
I'm not.
We're in the home stretch. If I could have you turn your direct page 38, which we may already be there. 38 lines 6 through 12. Are you there?
I'm there.
Do you see your testimony comments on the interchange of power or pooling of facilities, as the phrase is used in Indiana Code 8-1-8.5-4?
I do.
Do you agree that it's this commission's job, in part, to make sure that the state of Indiana has enough power?
In part, yes.
Do you agree that it is wise for this commission to evaluate the state's need for power on a statewide basis versus an individual service territory basis?
I do.
You mention in your testimony here that the current MISO market is effective at fully utilizing the existing capacity resources in the region. However, it does not eliminate the need for new effective, does not eliminate the need for new capacity resources to address potential load growth and retirements of older, less efficient coal-fired units in the region. Are you generally familiar with what MISO is doing to evaluate the needs of our region?
Generally, yes.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, let's go off the record. All right, let's go back on the record.
Mr. Miller, you have what in front of you what has been marked as intervenor cross-examination exhibit 17.
I do.
Could you identify that document?
Yes, it's MISO's 2024 OMS survey results.
And the bottom of the first page, could you tell us the indicator of the date and any corrections?
Yeah, it's June 20th, 2024. Corrections reposted 6/20/2024, which appears to be the same date.
Have you seen this document before?
I have not reviewed it.
If I give you a chance to review it and familiarize yourself with it, can you tell me if it's consistent? You had indicated before that you are generally familiar with MISO's role in its work in evaluating the needs of our region.
Yes.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, we'll offer into evidence what's been marked as cross-examination exhibit 17.
And I'm sorry, what am I being asked to do?
Nothing yet.
Also, did you all want to, I don't think we moved to bit 16 either.
I'm not going to
Okay,
offer.
just wanted to double check.
I'm not offering 15 or 16. Did I offer
I
15?
think we got 15.
We do it?
Yeah.
Sorry. Not offering 16.
Okay, got it.
I'm sorry. I thought we had a request for the witness to review the document. He said he's not reviewed it previously. So now the request is to admit the document he hasn't reviewed, so our objection is lack of foundation.
Your Honor, apologies. Let me re-ask the question. I misunderstood.
Okay.
Mr. Miller, if I give you it, would you please take a moment to review this document?
Yes.
Your Honor, it's a 30-page document. I would suggest we want the witness to review the document, then we take a break and let him review the document.
How does that sound? Do you want to do that?
I'm fine with that.
Okay. Since I know we're trying to not go terribly much, I don't know how much more you've got for.
I probably have less than 5 minutes.
Okay. Why don't we do 10? Would 10 minutes, would that work for y'all? 10-minute break?
That's fine with
Real
me.
quick, and
I
then
don't care.
Okay, let's,
Is that, may I ask the witness if that's sufficient time for him to
think
review the 30-page document?
My question would be, are there particular parts of this document that are relevant that I should review rather than reviewing the whole document?
And that's a fair question. Yes, I would just have you look at slide 12, 4, 12, and 15.
then I'll say 10 minutes. Okay, so let's, it's like, what, 3:35 right now, or 3:33. We'll reconvene at 3:45. So we are off the record. Thanks. Right, wait a minute. Okay. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we'll be good. Okay.
Is there anything in what you reviewed that would indicate to you that this is not an actual report issued by MISO?
This is a MISO report from what I can tell, yes.
Again, Your Honor, I'm going to offer into evidence what's been marked as cross-examination Exhibit 17 with the understanding that in his testimony at page 38, lines 8 through 12, Mr. Miller indicates that the statutory references predate the development of MISO and AES Indiana's membership in MISO. The current MISO market is effective at fully utilizing the existing capacity resources in the region. However, it does not eliminate the need for new capacity resources to address potential load growth and the requirements of older, less efficient coal-fired units in the region. And this document speaks to that issue and the most recent survey that MISO has conducted.
Your Honor, there's not been a proper foundation for the admission into the record of this complete document. The witness has testified he's not familiar with the document, so he's not familiar with the document. He has not had an opportunity to review the complete document and therefore is not able to testify completely or receive redirect questions on the impact of this document on his direct and rebuttal. He's had the opportunity to review slides 4, 12, and 15. We don't object to the admission of those slides, but there's been a lack of foundation for this complete document to be placed into the record. I mean, grabbing information off the internet and presenting it to a witness who's not had the opportunity to review it is not the proper means of authenticating and getting information in the record. The witness needs to be able to show that he's seen the document and is familiar with the document. And we took a break and got familiar with slides 4, 12, and 15. So those slides could go in the record, but the complete document, there is a lack of foundation.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Sure.
I think the selective slides, I was trying to be courteous to allow the witness to review the portions that I wanted to focus on, but in the rule of completeness, we need to have the entire document. The entire document is entirely relevant to speak to the testimony that this witness has provided, and it goes to weight versus admissibility. If I ask him a question and he doesn't know the answer, that is fine. He can say that, or conversely, if the witness needs more time to review the entirety, we can give him more time and start anew whenever the witness is ready.
I'm just going to overrule the objection, and we'll go ahead and admit this as, OUCC. Anything to add? Okay, then we'll admit this as interveners cross Exhibit 17 in its entirety.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Miller, if you go to slide 4.
I'm there.
Do you agree with MISO that the EPA regulations are further accelerating resource retirements?
Yes.
And do you agree with the slide that MISO that higher load growth is real? Or actually, let me rephrase that question. Do you agree with MISO's observation there on slide 4, higher load growth due to economic development and new large spot load additions, e.g. data centers and onshoring of manufacturing and new industrials, absent an improved ability to concurrently add new resources, that is listed as a downside risk on this slide, which is headed as additional factors can impact projected deficits or surpluses that are observed in the survey?
That is what the slide says, and that's what MISO has observed.
Okay. Thank you. And Mr. Miller, I want to circle back to one last question. You were here in the room when we've talked generally about the amount of years over which the proposed refueled project would be depreciated. Have you been in the room during that conversation?
I have.
And it's my understanding that that AES has proposed that it be depreciated over 20 years. Is that correct?
Objection, mischaracterized prior testimony, which was AES used a 20-year depreciation for the planning analysis in the IRP. The commission ultimately sets depreciation rates and depreciation periods in a rate case.
I can rephrase, Your Honor.
Sure, that's fine.
You agree that for the planning analysis, the proposal was to depreciate the project over a 20-year life?
Yes.
Thank you. Did the planning analysis model a 10-year depreciation? Let me rephrase that. Did the model analyze what would be the impact if it were depreciated only over 10 years?
We did not.
And it was possible for you to do that?
Yes, it were possible. A lot of analyses are possible.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Ms. Nyhart.
You had a discussion, Mr. Miller, you discussed with Ms. Schultz nuclear technology, and you mentioned the research conducted by you and your team. What is the permit period for a nuclear facility?
Based on our research, to permit a nuclear facility with permitting and all the regulatory approvals and all the legwork that needs to be done, siting and everything, it's 9 to 10 years is what we found.
Going to your discussion with Ms. Schultz as to whether it is possible to run an analysis in the IRP where the unit is depreciated over 10 years. Is that analysis necessary?
I would say no, it's not necessary because the book value will end up running the full period regardless.
Do you recall questions from Ms. Schultz regarding MISO's treatment of a new resource?
Yes.
The record reflects that today, Petersburg Units 3 and 4 are in service as existing resources. What is your understanding of the extent to which the conversion project creates a new resource in MISO's eyes?
In MISO's eyes, the repowering is going to basically create, it'll be a one-for-one capacity replacement. So it won't be considered necessarily a new resource. We're just repowering an existing capacity. And so from an accreditation perspective, the accreditation will stay about the same in the eyes of MISO. And, you know, as far as like the impacts, based on the OMS survey and the concern about serving loads and those sorts of things, it really doesn't come into the picture because it'll be a one-for-one capacity replacement. It's like we haven't lost that capacity to begin with.
If that's the case, does the average accreditation for gassed units that you discussed with Ms. Schultz really matter?
No.
I have a moment, Your Honor.
Let's go off the record.
No further redirect, Your Honor. Thank you.
We have no questions for you, Mr. Miller, so you are excused. Oh, wait a minute, do we have to go back on the record? I think we did. Was I back on the record? Okay, let's go back on the record. And now.
No further redirect, Your Honor. Thank you.
And you are excused, Mr. Miller. Thank you. We're off the record.
Originally, Your Honor, it was to be Mr. Rogers, and then I'm sorry, I'm blanking on the other one. Sanka, OUCC witness Sanka. Given that we're already past where you wanted to be for time today, we are willing to waive on Mr. Rogers and just let his testimony go into the record and move on to Ms. Sanka if that is acceptable.
How much time do you think you have for Ms. Sanka? 5 minutes. Okay. Then let's do that. And I don't think Ms. Sanka was here when we swore in the witnesses, so if she, well, we'll go ahead and let Linda prepare, and then we'll get back on. And while we're setting this up, can council also, I guess we had a proposed order briefing schedule in our procedural schedule. Do we still want to stick to what was in there? Because I think petitioners would be due tomorrow.
Yes, we're prepared to stick to that. It's important.
Okay.
We are not, Your Honor, just for the record.
Okay.
Whether we need to go on the record and
Okay.
explain our position, we're happy to do that.
Okay.
Or not.
Well, and I mean, I'm just thinking, if you all want to maybe just talk amongst yourselves, if you want a different schedule, and then you can file something after if you can't work it out today, if that makes sense.
I mean, I'm happy to talk. I think I attempted to do that earlier.
Okay.
And I don't think an agreement happened.
Okay.
Your Honor, we weren't able to reach an agreement because they want to wait for the transcript. We've never waited for transcripts for post-hearing briefing. Can file it without a transcript. We've had a request for this schedule and we had a prior agreement regarding the post-hearing briefing schedule because it's important to the timing of the project and the costs that are necessarily incurred under the EPC contract due to various things like long lead time items and stuff like that. So I'm not trying to be insensitive to the fact that we only have one court reporter, but I think we could work out a different way. If we need to get an excerpt of a transcript, we can add the actual transcript site if somebody wants it, maybe after the fact. But the case and the project and the timing is important for the company, for its customers, and I would ask that we move forward on the schedule that we previously put before the commission.
May I respond? Sure. So, Your Honor, there is what the GAO for the commission requires in terms of the intervals. The original interval for this case showed that the hearing would occur on July 15th, petitioner's proposed order would happen July 29th, and OUCC interveners would have a proposed order on August 12th. The difference between the hearing date and the proposed order for OUCC and interveners was approximately almost 30 days. It's 28 days in the GAO. Then you had what AES proposed in its petition, and those dates slipped a little bit, I think, because of perhaps the availability of the commission. That would have had hearing occurring on day 140, proposed order from OUCC and intervener occurring on day 155. So that was 15 days. Now, under the actual date, proposed order or hearing date is on day 149, and OUCC intervener is on day 164, but that's without the benefit of a transcript. I have to take exception. I can't remember the last case I did unless it was a routine sort of CTA type case where I did a contested proposed order without a hearing transcript. It is essential to our appellate rights, and it's not fair that we be held to that standard.
All right, so let me just get over this. Do you have a proposed new date that you
Yeah.
would be ready, that you would like to submit by?
Sure. So we talked with the court reporter about when did she realistically think the transcript could happen, and I believe she said August 26th. And so my proposal was give us 1 week to have the transcript in our hand. So whatever 7 days is from August 26th.
Remind me what your proposed order date that you need.
Your
that
Honor,
you-
the
you're-
post-hearing briefing schedule has been approved. So, I mean, if somebody wanted to get the schedule changed, they should have done it at the time, you know.
This is a new thing that just came up as an emergency with the court reporter situation. I mean, this is a brand new set of facts that we're dealing with. We can change the schedule if there's an exigent circumstance, which there is here. So, so your proposal date is, and we can talk about this we're not on the record right now, obviously, but
August 7th, and we're prepared to move forward because it's important to move the case forward.
I understand
The
that.
other dates are August 21st and August 28th.
Okay, I understand that. Remind me again what the date that you have requested an order by is.
They requested it before the 240 days, Your Honor, but it's actually 240 days from the day of the petition is Wednesday, November 6th.
And you, I think, requested a time in late October, if I remember correctly.
Correct, Your Honor. Wednesday, October 30th.
So, under the okay, so you're, I'm sorry, so September 6th, is that right?
Well, so if the transcript is finished on Monday, August 26th, 7 days from that actually falls on Labor Day, September 2nd. So we would ask for it the next day, September 3rd. And then you go from there.
Yes. And would you object to petitioner getting a little bit more time after today to since,
Absolutely
you know,
not.
so if we're going to give you a little more time, we'll give them a little more time. Say, let's see, it is, I don't know, another week, August 4th, essentially another, or 2 weeks, August 21st, something along those lines. So you have about 2.5 weeks after you receive theirs. Does that sound fair?
So just so I'm tracking you, Your Honor, you're saying that
2 weeks
petitioner's
from tomorrow.
proposed order would be due on August 21st.
Then you'd be on the 3rd, and then the reply on the 10th.
Yeah, that is fine, assuming, and I think that we would get that transcript
Okay,
on the.
let's go back on the record. Linda, are you okay with that? Are you okay? Back on the record. Wait, hold on. Just actually, before, hold on. Let's go back on the record. Let's just go ahead with the testimony here, and then we can officially discuss the scheduling matters at the end. Let's see here. Ms. Sanka, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that evidence you'll give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. And I think, is your mic on? Oh, yep.
Hello.
All right. Mr. Haas.
Thank you. Ms. Sanka, can you please state your name and position for the record?
Hi, I'm Rupali Senka. I'm a utility analyst at the OUCC.
And before you, what is labeled as Public's Exhibit Number 2, do you see that?
Yes. Yes.
And that testimony has already been adopted into the record. Is that the testimony that you adopt today?
Yes.
Tender the witness for cross-examination.
All right. Ms. Nyhart.
I would ask to cross after intervener, please, Your Honor.
Ms. Schultz.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Senka.
Good afternoon.
I'd like you to turn to page 2 of your testimony, lines 8 through 16.
Yes.
You there? Thank you. You agree, this is your analysis of the costs with repowering Petersburg Units 3 and 4. And you are not saying that the best estimate that AES has offered is what I would call the all-in cost for ratepayers. Are you?
Not necessarily. I've discussed and looked at all the other specific cost components of this cost estimate and discussed with other experts in the field to come up with this conclusion.
Were you present in the hearing room this morning when we had a discussion with witness Biggleball?
Not for all of it.
Okay. Were you present for the part when we talked about that the decision to repower Petersburg Units 3 and 4 carries with it the implicit notion that there will be costs for Petersburg Unit 3 and 4 on coal that get put into rates as a deferred, a regulatory asset?
No, I wasn't there.
Okay. Are you familiar with that general premise that when we set rates, and for example, if a coal plant is retired before the end of its useful life, generally speaking, the utilities ask to get the recovery for that asset, the full value that hasn't been depreciated, that stays in rates. Are you familiar with that concept?
Yes.
When you did your analysis here, it did not take into account that portion of the rates that will be paid by ratepayers, correct?
Can you please clarify?
When you did your analysis, did you factor in how much ratepayers will pay for the deferred regulatory asset?
No, that was not a part of my analysis.
When we turn the page 3, lines 6 through 19, you're asked, how does the case in chief consider the attributes of reliability, resilience, and stability? And then your answer follows. You didn't do, well, strike that. Your testimony then on page 3, line 20, asks you, does the project comport to the reliability, resiliency, and stability attributes of the 5 pillars? And your answer is yes. Keeping this substantial dispatchable generation facility in operation supports reliability, stability, and resiliency for AES Indiana and its customers. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then your testimony ends with a recommendation, right?
Yes.
You don't provide any analysis independent of what AES has said. Is there any of your own independent analysis on resiliency?
So according to my analysis, I've looked at, based on my experience with other cases, and again, conversations with other experts in the field, and looking at overall EPC bids, we come to the conclusion that we don't oppose the project cost estimate.
Does it say anywhere in your testimony that you talked with other experts in the field?
Not explicitly, but on page 3, line 1 to 5, I do mention looking at data requests and budgetary bids and budgetary quotes. But no, I don't explicitly state that I discussed with other experts, no.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Now, Ms. Nyhart.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Sure, let's go off the record.
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Haas? Oh, sorry. We're back on the record.
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Haas?
One moment, Your Honor. No redirect, Your Honor.
Ms. Sanka, we have no questions. You're excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so in the interest of brevity, we had a long discussion off the record about scheduling of proposed orders, and I'm going to summarize that here, and then I will let the parties weigh in if there's something that I missed, but this is what I got. So currently, our schedule provides that, petitioner would provide its proposed order tomorrow, August 7th. OUCC and interveners would provide it on or before the August 21st, and a reply or cross-answering proposed orders would be filed on or before August 28th. Petitioner has requested that we issue our final order in this case on or before Wednesday, October 30th, 2024, which we understand, and we are going to do our best to issue an order by that date. Because we are now in a circumstance where we are down one court reporter and it may take a little bit more time to get a transcript, and that intervener has requested a transcript for their proposed order, I think that it is a reasonable proposal for us to amend this proposed order schedule slightly so that they can do that. And so I would say that I think that we will go forward with the following schedule: that petitioner submit their proposed order on or before August 21st, that OUCC and interveners submit on or before September 3rd, and any reply or cross-answering would be on or before September 10th. Is there anything I'm missing from anybody? Anything anyone else
Your Honor,
wants
thank
to
you.
weigh in on that? Okay, so that's what we're going to do, because again, we understand the deadline that petitioners are working with, and we are aiming for it. So anything else before we conclude? Petitioner.
Thank you, Your Honor, very much. In the past, when I've represented a utility where we are going to file the proposed order before the transcript is available, we are then allowed to update the update the sites if we need a site in a reply brief, and add the pinpoint site at that time to the proposed order.
Sure.
Is that still acceptable?
Of course, of course.
All right, thank you.
Yes. Anything from intervener?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
OUCC, I think we've covered, I don't think there's anything, any exhibits that we have left out or anything like that. Looks like, okay, going once. All right, I think we are done then. And so we will take this matter under advisement. This hearing's adjourned. Thank you, everyone. And thank you to Linda. Yay, Linda. Yes.